No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on a fact irresponsible man what happened to our country. We elect on a fact irresponsible man to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, big road, all kinds of. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on a fact irresponsible man what happened to our country. We elect on a fact irresponsible man to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you forever you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. Der Wune Alfres, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around here, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
So folks, welcome once again. Welcome to the Closing Argument Show. Today happens to be the 7th day of the month of January 2025. That's 2026, guys. Let's get it correct, 2026. So we're also live on 2FM 96.1 in Painesville, Outside Nations, capital Monrovia. My name is Myean Torgbean. I'm predecessor here to bring you the Closing Argument Show. But guys, welcome. Whatever you are watching us live from, if you are listening to us via radio, I appreciate if you can invite others to just sit beside you and then monitor the entire show tonight. As we had our guest on, and then we did a publication, but unfortunately, due to some circumstances that beyond our control, we could not bring you on a small mobile representative of District Number 3 Moswara County. He were to be our guest on tonight, but due to some circumstances beyond our control, we cannot bring him on. But howbeit, we are going to reschedule him for another time so that he can be able to come on and discuss some trending national issues and other issues that are relating to the people of District Number 3 Moswara County and some of the workings in the district. So my name is Myean Torgbean. I'm trying to work on my camera to see how best I can bring you on from this end. But if you are just joining, keep sharing the show, keep sharing. If you just tune in, just leave it in the comment section. Your name, wherever you are watching us live from. Just comment in the comment section, and then we are going to recognize you on this live broadcast. So I'm hoping to join by Mr. Sylvester Pewee, Chief Tomalin George, Dr. Henry Peabody, Mr. Robert Garguah, Seleke, and the rest of the folks there to join there as we bring you the closing argument show. But until then, there are a lot of trending national news within our country, but basically we're just going to discuss on. So let's recognize this person, Venezuela Junior Da. That's Ba. He's watching. He said he's following. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So let's see how best we can recognize some of our followers, our viewers who are just joining. If you joining us, just let us know where you joining us from, and then we are definitely going to recognize you on the closing argument show. Like many of our listeners, our viewers were complaining that we did not recognize some of them. So as a result of that, we sincerely apologize for not recognizing some of you who always follow the closing argument show, who always in the comment section making comments. But unfortunately, we could not recognize some of you. So we sincerely apologize on behalf of the closing argument team. But albeit we have roughly about 15 minutes up to 10 o'clock. We're hoping to be joined by the other folks. So we are live on Truth FM 96.1. Let's see what we can bring you some of the sporting news from our end here. So also saw we carry the county meet live, where we just saw a live game there from the Summer Condo Sport Complex. Last game that just ended was River G County going against Nema County, where the game started late evening hour, and then Nema going against River G at the 22 minutes in the game first half. River G scored against Nema County, and then also within the same first half, in the 44 minutes, River G also scored their second goal against Nema County. But when it went for the first half, some part of the second half, when Nema came from in their dressing room, started to put pressure on River G County. When the game was around the 75 minutes, Nema redeemed one goal, and then the pressure was in the game for Nema against River G. So when the game was in the 78 minutes again, Nema scored another goal to redeem the two goals against River G County. It was how River G and Nema drew their game just a few minutes ago at the Summer Condo Sport Complex. So I'm just joined by Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Mr. Sylvester Pewee, welcome.
Thank you, Myean. Thank you so kindly for a wonderful good evening to you, Myean, at controls, and wonderful good evening to everybody attuned to our podcast from the social media perspective, and those in radio land listening to the closing argument this wonderful Wednesday evening, the 7th day of almost at January. I mean December, rather. The 7th day of January of 2026 is a very wonderful and cool afternoon for my end. But it's not really terrible cold. It's a little bit cold, not as we will anticipate at this time. But it's a very beautiful Wednesday afternoon here. But Maya, I just want to say again, a wonderful good evening to you. Can you? I know we talk about this, but again, I didn't see. But can you just run through the headline for us this evening? Before I know. Basically, I don't know if we are we still going to go by the schedule today. Are we still anticipating the honorable representative from District Number 3?
So the honorable was on her way here and then had an accident.
Oh.
So while coming, so we will not be able to join by the honorable. So hopefully we hope to reschedule him, but we're hoping that maybe by tomorrow when we confirm, we hope to bring on Nima County District Number 4 representative on Ernest Mansier. We hope to confirm that flyer. So on tomorrow he will be also our guest, but we hope to reschedule Honorable Moba, who is the representative of District Number 3, Moshalo County, Sumu Moba. Who confirmed to us, and then unfortunately, later when he was on his way, he had an accident while coming.
Oh, okay. We just we won't be speaking definitively about the accident because we don't know the nature of it, but we're just wishing well. Wishing well. Honorable, I wish you all the best. We hope everybody's okay and you are okay. But we look forward to interacting with you moving forward. And in time, you have the time, you can just inform Myean or inform us, and we will arrange that you reappear so that we discuss national issue. I think we've had representatives, some of them about appear on this show, I think 2 different times now moving forward. I want to recall, I think if I can recall, he did an appearance on 2 occasions, and that is good. Some of them about never shy away from talking national issue and legislative business. So, but I know we've been having a lot of things we're going to look into tonight, but we will ask you.
Yes, I already send you some of them. You can look through as I go through.
As you go through them. Yeah, I know very clearly. We didn't want to discuss it, but we have to talk about it. I'm told Heron Costa did a podcast. And in that podcast, he was defending why they should not pass the law granting the new law that will push for the autonomy of a lot of our ports, all of the ports in the country. And in that podcast, he was also going after other government officials. I've listened to part of it. I think my former boss, and he said something about passport thing. And probably, sometimes if you just want to loosely talk about things, you think you would just go about things recklessly and people listen to you. And I'm not here to defend Bezonga, but Bezonga never, ever engage. But I would take some time to discuss this. We just allow you to come out Myean and say these things, but I would just move to speak to the reckless nonsense he was spewing out. Sometimes it's quite unfortunate if you don't have basic information on things. You just shut the hell off, and we have to move and do what we intend to say in this. But there are a lot of things we want to talk about. The Republic of Liberia is such that this is a democracy, and everybody will have a say. But if you want to allow yourself to be used as a hired gun to go after other people, and no one will sit and allow you do that, that is unacceptable. The leg of Bezonga, Finn, and the rest of that, they may not be seen in the country, but they play a very major role in the society. Some of us personally can vouch for the repetition because I personally work with him. I had experience of working with him. But go ahead, Myean, and then you just run through some of our talking point tonight, then we will move through those things.
Okay, so thank you all so much, Mr. Pewee. So we have a lot of news from our country where we saw on today the representative of Sino County, Representative Sanvee, called for immediate investigation into the alleged AFL shooting and the intimidation of the people of Sano County, where he called on for investigation into this matter. So we're also waiting to see what's the outcome of it. And we also did follow some of the aggrieved worker of Bauchico, DCRAP, were poor labor practices and demand protection for human rights and also Liberians, because within Bauchico there are a lot of other.
Myean, you have a feedback that is interfering in the broadcast, so you have to do that adjustment. I don't know what sound's coming from behind you.
So are you hearing me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, like I said, we also visited the site, the Bauchico site. It's a mining site or iron ore area where they are transporting iron ore from Liberia to another country through the booming area, where the worker expressed this satisfaction, saying that the Chinese who are working there, within the entire company, there is no Liberian who is employed, but rather contractors. And they have skilled labor and unskilled labor. So if you are like a skilled person, they are going to pay you somewhere around $100 or $150. If you are a heavy duty driver, you are going to receive an amount around $100, $150, or $180, which of course they are calling on the government, most especially the Ministry of labor, to see how best they can come into this matter, because they are not being treated well in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of safe drinking water. They don't have anything, so they are calling on the Ministry of Labor to come to that aid. And also during the visitation of the president at Bauchico, the president never had the opportunity to meet with the workers, where the workers also expressed their satisfaction onto that, where they were expecting the president to meet with them, ask them, "Mama, how you guys are doing, how the company and what a few, just a few words from them." But they stood out there under the sun. After the president got in his vehicle before leaving, we heard some of the Chinese telling them, go back to work," which of course some of them felt bad. And then they expressed their grievance after the president was on the scene, because he had a lot of folks who were intimidating them. Some Chinese guy got in a vehicle, recording them because they were speaking to the media. So after that, some of them, they said that they were going to lose their job. And with that, we also saw in Riverside County, where the teachers, most especially voluntary teachers, are asking the government, the Ministry of Education, to see how best they can be able to pull some voluntary teachers on salary, because some of them have been there for over the past 10, 15 years teaching, no income, no salary, just there as voluntary teachers. So they are trying their best, but they cannot get any support from the government. So they are planning to leave the classroom. But the question remains is, if they leave the classroom, who's going to replace them? Because the teacher of that area, the teacher of Mama Lapiwa, requires on a teacher. So if the teachers leave the classroom, who's going to teach the next generation? So they are also calling on the Ministry of Education to see how best they can push some of the teachers who are from the Western area and other part. Not only that area, there are so many areas within Liberia where teachers are unpaid. So they are calling on the government of Liberia to see how best they can help them. And Mr. Pewee, I just like to stop there. Also on this issue about the NTA buses that came in the country. A few days ago, we saw a video training from Sani Kole to that of Mosrado County. We saw the NTA buses, they are being uploaded, where the kind of load that they're supposed to take, they are not taking it, but rather the bus drivers, the conductor, they are putting a lot of loads within the buses. And then recently, around the Kakatan area, where the bus nearly made an accident due to the tire punching off, which of course I have a recording from one of the passenger who was on board. If you care, I can play it right now so we can be able to listen to him. But if not, we can just move on.
Okay, you can go ahead, play that quickly. Then
Okay, I'm gonna play it.
actually happened yesterday. We boarded the NTA from Sanikole to Monrovia. So it is the route from Sanikole to Monrovia. So while coming, I think it was before Salala, we passed Totota. Before Salala, there's a village there. I just forgetting the village, not too far from Salala checkpoint. It was where the tire puncture right in the curve. And the driver was just experienced. And he didn't apply brake, he just controlled, even though the car was going off the road, coming back. And people were panicking, no way to escape, and he just controlled the vehicle until he's.
Myean, are you there? We lost complete sound. Myean, are you there? Myean? Myean? Thank you.
Where am I gonna put it?
Put it there. Myean? Myean, are you there? I think we have. I don't know if I think I will continue for you. Then Myean will join me later. So but yeah, as we were chit chatting, we have some I think some technical. I don't know. Myean, you back?
I'm here. I have some technical problem, that's why. I'm okay now.
Oh, okay. Yes, we will start with that MTA, the MTA buses issue. I think it's a good thing to have public transportation, if you will. It's very good. Maya, just, just hold on a moment. Just on the main to unplug something quick. Just hold on.
Okay. So, 4 minutes past 10 o'clock here. We are live on Truth FM and also on Care Radio and other frequency relaying this broadcast here. So, my name is Myean D. Torgbean. I'm here with Mr. Sylvester Pewee. The other folks will join us as soon as possible. So, Mr. Pewee, you can take over.
Yes, I was saying, I think public transportation is very vital and important. It's critical in terms of even trying to continue to turn the wheels of the economy. It's very vital. It's an important tools that we need to push, not only to commuting folks from within the metropolitan zone of the Monrovia terrain and its environment. But it's important that we emphasize public transportation. Is then that's part of the reason why the only public transportation we have in the country is being headed by, ran by the National Transit Authority of the country. That was legislation enacted into law to create transportation for local cities, for the citizenry, those that don't have the means to own their own private vehicle, if you will, and or those that don't have the means, and that is meant to further push and make it more affordable. And the affordability is one, but the intent of creating the National Transit Authority was to commute folks in a more convenient way. And part of the reason of having them to commute is to ensure that there's affordable transportation and reasonable transportation. Also, the affordability and the availability is what that law was actually targeting, to ensure that you get folks commuted to their area of destinations in a more affordable way. And that is also meant to allow those Liberian citizens and those into the middle of the country that are living in the country, we have smooth transportation, and that will further buttress the national transportation system in the country. Because if you have a kind of effective public transportation, it would push to bring down other transportations, commercial transportation like taxis and other mini buses, if you will. So to have an effective MTA is important. And that's the reason why the government, and we commended the government, and I personally did, and we all did the same. If the government, through President Boakai, did bring in, I think, some 35 buses, brand new. The first set of buses came during the Myean administration also. Most of the buses. One of the major problems we have is that the maintenance, we have a poor maintenance history as to how we maintain these vehicles whenever they are brought into the country. The past managing director of the MTA himself was also engaged into himself going to buy vehicle parts in Germany and all those things. That was very, very much kind of August same, if you will, in all those things. And then there was the problem about maintenance. And folks, we need to put into place proper mechanism. And there will have to be now the public transportation system will have to be also regulated, and there are laws that govern that institution. They are maintaining. I want to believe that the administration I don't know who's the head, but I know that Noah Zawu Gibson is the deputy, one of the deputy managing directors. I will hope that there are kind of the regulations governing I mean, on those, we, the public, whenever we take a ride on the MTA, there are rules governing our own comportment, if you will. Disorderly conduct can lead to an arrest, and you can be subsequently charged if there was anything done to cause harm, bodily harm to any peaceful citizen or any rider, if you will, or the property of the states. There can be charges advanced against you, if you will. There are ways that the conductor also should behave. There are ways, and all of those agents deploy on the MTA as employees of that institution. We have to. So the maintenance aspect is one, and the safety aspect is another thing. So I will hope that the authority, if they are listening to this, they will take some actions in safeguarding these buses so that they will last longer. If they last longer, it will help in projecting a very good public transportation service that will also alleviate more pressure or tension from those that are charging regular, particularly those taxi drivers, sometimes charge in a more arbitrary way and at their own discretion. They will determine from Banana X State to town, they determine the figure from Painesville to town, the same year the VA Junction to town, or from Cinco to town, Cinco to Painesville, Cinco to Douala to this area, St. Paul Bridge, Point 4, if you will, Looking Town. They decide if you came from Broadway, they decide the transportation, or the Keke will decide the transportation. I think the Keke situation has been now revolutionized in the country. The Keke and the motorcyclists are those that are in a more convenient way, though not safe. The safety rating of the Keke and the motorcyclist is risky on a serious note. I observed it quite recently. But again, they are the one that would take people in a more convenient way, not in a more safe way, because they get there very faster. And so many folks will just want to get on the keke. They will avoid traffic. They will beat the traffic and do some regular thing. And that's part of the reason why I think the Liberia National Police, something that we all supported, now restricted them from using the Tottenham Boulevard. That's an absolute no-go zone. I think that was sometime when it's late in the evening, around 5, 6, you will see some of those, what I want to call unscrupulous one, will use the motorcyclists and try to see if they can beat the police too. But I think that level of implementation is very good. The police stopped them on that. They have stayed very, very well on the Japan freeway, formerly Somalia Drive, and all those things. So I think Mr. Zawu Gibson, the head of that institution, if you guys are tuned, it's important that you put some safety rule. If the bus or buses are believing in towards a particular destination, it's important that, hey, we listen and respect the safety rule. There was a time one of the buses took accident before, I think after Fiala, before the Bapoh. I know the two hill, Bapoh Hill and one of those, I think they're about. And it was not a good thing on a serious note. And I will hope that we can do things in keeping with protecting the interests and the public safety of the folks. Is very vital and critical towards maintaining a very well maintained public transportation or public buses, if you will. So a lot of things we ought to look into in terms of that. And another thing you talked about basically is this issue about that we also really want to take some key attention, pay attention to, is this issue about the before we can get there, because I know we'll try to get there, but this issue about let me get you quick. Is this issue about is this issue actually about the AFL situation in, I think it's in Sano County? You know, there's been some time we've been talking about and the military, and I really thought to talk about the military and the force for good, if you will. I was super proud, and I will briefly talk about this thing. And I think, yeah, it's important that the military do investigate this alleged allegation coming from the honorable representative. But quite recently, and the reason why we say they should investigate is that because the military is actually a force for good. I don't know if I'm getting it right, and they're well regimented, and we got one of the we're proud of them. These are gallant men and women in arms that are there to protect the territorial landscape of our country, well regimented, well trained, and they do understand the UCMJ. They understand the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and they are trained to protect the country against any aggression, if you will. And recently they've graduated, and ever since this, since because after the war, there was this situation about the Liberian government. Then after the war in 2003, and then we went to elections in 2005. There was these things in the Comprehensive Accra Peace Agreement, the CPA. It referenced something about the security sector reform, and part of the process about rehabilitating the demobilization, disarmament demobilization program, the MCDDRR program, was very comprehensive. And there was a time we started engaging myself in my first kind of a work that I did through the NGO ish line. And we got trained. We worked with the DDR. First it was Myean, Jobro's time in Smenote, Mangibi County. I was a logistics assistant with Myean for almost a year. And then I left and joined the DDRR program, where I work with Premier Urgent in Garguah Camp Sandy, where they are now doing the training of these military folks. When the disarmament program was ongoing, folks came with their arm, got disarmed, was given the first time you receive an amount of $150. On return, you receive additional $150. That was symbolic, just a little amount to. So, and then you get your certificate. You come on the camp. We were there on the camp. We're gonna stay with the different organizations, a very packed camp. Sometimes we have thousands of disarmed ex-combatants, if you will. We go through a rigor of different organizations. We have Concord, they have Premier Urgent, all of those necessary organizations for different rehabilitation purposes, if you will. They will spend, I think, like 10 days. We'll go through all of the rigorous techniques to see how to it was also just symbolic. 10 days, I don't think was sufficient. Then they would leave and they would get some package back with an additional, I think, $200 and other thing, and they would trade in their arms. The intent of this was the beginning of the disarmament and demobilization, and rehabilitation program. Thereafter, the very CPA also called for what we call the security sector reform. And that's the time all of those different factional groups were all collectively disbanded. And after that line of disbanding the entire factional groups, referred to at the time of the GOL. The GOL referred to the government of Liberia. We heard LER. LER will refer to the group that came to liberate Damate Kone, Sekou. We had Unumo J. No, not Unumo J. Unumo J was never around at the time. We have a Unumo K. At the time, the guys from, I think, was Thomas Nimle, Yaya Nimle, if you will. These were all rebel leaders Then all the factional group came, put together, and then they disbanded. Everybody referred to them as no more. And then they came up with a new plan to bring up the new military. It was a program. The Americans play a major role into that, spent bulk of the money to ensure that we build a new army in the country at a time, due to what we call political neutrality reasons. It was said and agreed upon to have a balanced and non-factional military in the country. A military that would be politically balanced, religiously balanced, tribally balanced, no tribal kind of a tribal sentiments. It was said that the vetting process should have been done by a lot of other international partners, along with some Liberians. Went through the process, a rigorous selection process, and then the first phase of the military was even headed by a Nigerian general. I'm told he's late. I just forgetting his name, General Abdurrahman's. I can recall the name very well now, but sorry for that. But then he came and served as the first chief of staff as a manifestation to respect the comprehensive CPA. They went through that very rigorous system of selection and recruitment and all this and training at the time, the same Sandy camp in Kehleboe. They went through that and trained a group of professional men and women. At the time, the first class I can recall was the former defense minister, the former chief of staff, Daniel Ziaga. Prince Johnson, former chief of staff, also a former defense minister, and the current NSA head. These were the first group of guys that went through that. The next class came, I think, with the second class, I think was someone that I do respect, also I refer to as a mentor, big brother, Kehleboe Gongloe. So Colonel Lieutenant, I think now it's a Lieutenant Gongloe is now the current training commandant. But since then, what I'm headed to is that we had this issue about the military being at the time trained by expatriates coming out of different military professions, particularly the United States of America. Today, the past 3 classes, and let me comment the Boaka administration as the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic, the CRC. That under his watch, we have also this time we've had 3 classes. This is the biggest batch of those classes that have graduated in recent history. 56. All the 56, I'm told, 30 plus, I will call medical military professionals. They were trained with all the tactical regimentation, all of those things, the brigade command, the infantry understanding, the tactical maneuvering, all those things. Tactically, they were giving those kind of a way to maneuver, to do this, but also they had the professionalism in them to push so that folks will come out and say, okay, we'll have a military and I went through. The current training commandant that we want to say to you, Colonel Gongloe, Kehleboe Gongloe, we want to say hats off to you and the chief of staff and the high-ranking member of the military. We're very proud to see you graduated at 56. Maybe I may not get a number right, but I think it's there about 52 to 56. And 30 of those almost were medical professionals trained in military warfare, military understanding, tactical approaches, infantry analysis, and other things, combat reading, understanding the rule of the intent of the UCMJ, understanding the tactical rule of the UCMJ, and all those things. The UCMJ is the uniform code of military justice. To be a military man, you have to understand the uniform code of military justice. So we see one of our own, and all of those that provided training and lecture were all, I will take some time tomorrow probably to go and name these people. All of those that did those, they helped in terms of coming to help the military, to push the military to be more professional, were all Liberians. different field officer, command unit this, command unit that, but that command is headed by Kehleboe Gongloe, lieutenant. Sorry, let me not. So it is important that we emphasize these things. So when you see someone is also saying that, it will always be obvious here. Just always all over the place, there will be problem. Sometimes those that are in military or paramilitary forces will get involved into some altercations. And again, as per the Uniform Code of Military Justice, if he immaturely discharge his firearm in Sano County against peaceful citizens to intimidate them, they will investigate and there will be some outcome. I understand that we have the military police. The military police will also go into that, but they do have the professional standard in the military also to see if an individual military officer did breach the Code of Uniform Justice or his standard operation and procedure. If you did not meet those standards, you're going to be reprimanded, not by me, but by the code. And that's why we have the UCMJ. Military officers are not, and that's the reason why the military officers are not expected to be processed in normal civilian court. They will have to be processed via the UCMJ. That's the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It do have all of the standards, all of the rules. You've evaluated this, and that's why you have the operational procedure. If you didn't meet the standard operational procedure, you obviously will have to go through a tribunal, and that tribunal or through a panel of military experts that will investigate you. If you're wrong, you will be reprimanded. So we also joined the representative and call on the current Chief of Staff, General Follett, to call on the appropriate party to this man in the military to look into this. We're not saying, I'm not joining him to say, hey, what he's saying is face value is true, but look into that because the military is important. I do know that the military is deployed in Sano County intentionally to protect the Sapo Park because it's one of our very wonderful, it's not a shrine yet, but it's one of our major foreign reserve areas that have been exploited by unscrupulous elements. Is the representative trying to protect people that are violating the laws of this country, of Liberia? The military will investigate to find out if it is true. But if it is the case that the military are using force to intimidate the folks, the military will look. I respect the military as a force for good. It's not a force for evil. And that's why today we are proud of them exercising that and bringing more force for good for the people. Because and during the COVID, at the time, folks, we all were somehow isolated. The issue about isolationism came about on everybody. The military brought some hope. I can recall while the COVID time, people know we would sit sometimes, some area in the tree, they would pass patrolling with the tanks around, and they brought some level of reassurance to the people. We would sit, we would drink our beer, palm wine, they would sit. The only thing they didn't want people clustered together or in the street trying to socialize when the fear of spreading the disease was very alarming. So the military played a very major role at the time in trying to curb the spread of the coronavirus. Don't forget, the very military also played some major role in doing some road constructions. And that's why I said the 56 that graduated, we have 30 of them in professional areas. The military is inclined to build a professional army. And that's one of the things we all, as Liberian collectively, should support. It's not that we come and want to bash, and now we agree. You can have the force is not as big as we want to think. We have a very small but very efficient and well-regimented military. We before the numbers, before Madam Salih left, the numbers they said were pushing the numbers to when the whole issue about the security sector reform. Part of that, the strategic attention area was to build a military force that will focus on 2,000 men and women, gallant men and women. The force for good. build the number. The attrition rate came up some time ago. There's some line when some guy of the Minister of Defense, he was not as good as people thought. He's very good in talking, but there were a lot of other corrupt practices and the way he managed the military. So a lot of folks had to leave the military. The barrack, they tried to demoralize most of those folks. Yes. There was this thing about his name coming in, a lot of other reports from the John Moru reports about the fence around the Kent Bianchezadi barrack. He said he used more than $1.1 million, almost $2 million to do the fence, and the report proved otherwise and other things. There were things about the military rights that he could not account for. He was using the barrack to bring his goods for the Monrovia liquor store thing there, and then not paying taxes. There was a time the Ministry of Finance even bossed me to him, and he got out using. So he always used this kind of a cohesive authority, that hard power, if you will, to intimidate others. But then this time around, I think it was then the Deputy Minister of Revenue had to pull on him. He was owing almost $200,000 that he was evading in taxes about his liquors coming to the country in the name of the military, but he was taking them to the Monrovia liquor store. That's the time the military had the issue and all thing. And then eventually, but the chief of staff then was a very, very much loved and intelligent and very competent chief of staff. Zianga, the first chief of staff, brought some hope back to the force of good. When he was Minister of Defense, the hope went skyrocketed because the guys loved him. He operated with Cody, his comrades, and the military was very okay. Today, we have a military now that is the training commandant is himself a product of the security sector reform. Was part of the second batch of this new military. 2006, if I'm not mistaken, to now. He's a lieutenant now. So it's very important that we emphasize that. But meanwhile, if there are folks that are not good in the military, I want to believe the professional standard will investigate them, or that's it. They do have their own area. I may not know everything well on that line, and they will deal with them on those issues. But there's something unfolding here, folks, about this whole debate. Yesterday we brought a professional Liberian that do understand about this whole thing as a port and all the thing. We sat with Mr. Gray yesterday. We had a wide range of different kind of a discussion. There are folks that are now pushing for us to, there's an amendment of the new port law, but there's a new law. And this law was sent to the president first and foremost. I'm told the president's veto with conditions and highlighted those conditionalities that will push him to sign. I'm told the legislature work on these things sent back to the president, but there are a lot of folks behind the scene that are maneuvering behind the scene to torpedo. The intent is to torpedo this bill. Certain people believe that an attempt to pass this new law will eventually push the current MD out, and he will be again at the mercy of reappointment. Others also believe that this new MD believe that if the bill is passed, even if it's reappointed, he will only be now the constitutional responsibility will only focus on the Port of Monrovia, the Free Port of Monrovia, not the National Port Authority no more. As it stands, Sekou Dukle is the managing director of the National Port Authority of Liberia. That we have the Port of Monrovia, the Port of Greenville, the Port of Harper, and out of this Port of Buchanan. But as it stands, we're going to have two ports that are a little very functional, if you will, or three, if you will. I don't see a lot more business being done from the port of Harbour. The port of Greenville, it's a little bit because we have a company there trying to use it a little bit. But the port of Buchanan, ArcelorMittal is making significant use of the port of Buchanan. And I'm even told ArcelorMittal today, as from Mr. Gray yesterday, the marine services there is being offered by a third party, a non-Liberian institution company that is providing this marine service to ArcelorMittal, because you need a marine service for every port to ensure that the port is effective, efficient, and very operational. Because when the ships are about to dock, you need some marine service that will have to have some tugboat that will move to see if the ship to escort the ship in to dock, find the length to her docking spot. So there's a huge debate on this matter. And how is the debate going? How are we structuring this debate? Is it that it's going to be, I mean, if this is a national concern about, and I don't think we should start to attack also Yombly and meeting other people. This, for me, I don't see it that way. I see it from the perspective that those senators that are supporting this bill so that we decentralize, the intent of the decentralization of most of our government bureaucracy that are expected to make money for the people and create more jobs opportunity, the intent of that is good. The reason why it's good is that it's going to help the country move forward. But we always want to sit and allow ourselves to be divided with the different political interventions and maneuvering behind the scene or attack. I don't think so. I don't think so. So I don't know for what reason people like Ben Sanvee got into this issue. Listen, the Port of Buchanan is in Grand Bassa County. These are lawmakers. They were elected to do these things on behalf of their people. They were elected to do these things. It's not everything people would do. They think then, oh, rich. Now, they agree they're talking to a Frenchman or a businessman. You need to use your connections to bring business to the people so the people will invest into the county and into our infrastructures, and that will move on to create jobs opportunity for the people. It's basically important. It's clear. It's not about someone trying to seek their own personal interest. It's not a personal. No, it's not about that. We ought to be very, very responsible in terms of how we will disagree into our political quest for certain personal thing. We ought to be responsible in that. And while being responsible, we also ought to be very much balanced and respect the statutory responsibility of those that were elected to perform their responsibility. This thing got to end. Listen, the statement that somebody said, you don't believe big Bezonga, you don't believe Bezonga because of passport thing, that's a blatant lie. It was just unfortunate. Yombly had a lot of things playing in her favor at the time to win that election against Bezonga Fine. She had a lot of things in her favor. And I will be very clear here. It was not because of that. I have told my boss at the time. I don't think it was. And when I said it, people felt I wanted him to stay to the foreign ministry because I was close to him. No. When I said it from a lot of political reasons. I have done my personal analysis. You know, then with the New Progressive, we did a lot of political surveys. And personally, I was engaged into conducting a political survey. We introduced a kind of a methodology. We went into the greater Buchanan area. We went into all of those, the political administrative district of Grand Bassa County. The results coming out didn't favor him. It was very tight, but a lot of reason it was not playing for him. She was a female that was playing in her favor. She had just lost her husband. That also did play a major role in terms of catapulting her. and a lot of different things. And her father legacy also. Benson guy was a very powerful figure to him. Look at the mansion there. It was not because of, and two, Benson guy have never gotten involved into any passport. So I got to say he intentionally did passport thing. No, it had been the case. Benson guy would have been. We know the rest. What Uncle Sam would have done. I was privileged to sit with Benson guy. We met with some of the most powerful lawmakers from the Democrat. Ed O'Rourke at the time, heading of the Foreign Relations Committee. We met with him in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol. A lot of very powerful senators and representatives. They had a lot of respect for him. And that's the reason why you saw if Mr. Finney was involved into anything that this guy was trying to foolishly spread out yesterday, or that he said before, that's total nonsense. That man's a reputable man. He's well respected. He's a soft-talking man. He may not be as tough as you think you want him to be, but he's well respected. I traveled with him across, and I felt the respect. I felt the respect, and I enjoy some of the respect also. And I'm proud to have ever associated myself with him. He didn't get defeated because of that. No, there was things that played politically in Yomble's favor that she won that elections. He came back. If that was the case, that go back to that nonsense analogy. But if that was the case, how did he come back to win election very comfortably this time around? Because I told him then politically, we had the political eyes to see there are a lot of things that were not playing here favor politically, and those things would have been very expensive. But that time he contested the elections. That's why I advised the time, Chief, don't contest these elections. It's critical. There are a lot of things that may not just play in your favor. But back to the debate about this whole thing. I understand people will want to go and there will be higher guns to come and talk things to favor certain things. We have to look at the national interest of the country. The most important thing here is to focus on the national priority of the country. Now, if we were to decentralize these ports and push this port to claim her own autonomy, if you will, individually, what would that do for the port of Harper? They have been very dormant for a very protracted period of time. If you went to the port of Harper, the last time I went to the port of Harper, you see it's a beautiful area. The environment, the ambience is super good. If you even the makeshift home of the former president, he sat up somewhere to his house there, and you view the port of Harper, and there's an overpass from the other end. I mean, you enjoy it. It's a beautiful place, but it's functionally it's broken. It's broken. Now, see, he sat up somewhere to his house there, and you view the port of Harper, and there's an overpass from the other end. I mean, you enjoy it. It's beautiful. Something happening. I'm hearing myself. But it's functionally it's broken. It's broken. Now, see, he sat up somewhere to his house there, and you view the port of Harper. I think it's for Chief Tomalin. Chief Tomalin, mute your mic. Tomalin, can you mute, please? Yeah, mute that seasoning. But it's functionally it's broken. Tomalin, can you mute? It's broken. Now, I think the prayer is for him. Let me try to meet him and see where he's not getting on. Okay, yeah, it's for him. It's for him. I think Tony, check your. Sorry, I think it came from you. Check it, please. So you see, so that's the point. Yeah. Yeah, whenever you put your mic on, that's where it comes in. So can you go on and come back, please? Yeah. So basically, the side of it is that I would want to see. But before we can continue, let me say a very wonderful. Okay, too many will be back. So that's the point. The point is not for us to come here and take a side, and then the country is going nowhere. It's going nowhere. And I think these lawmakers that are pushing this thing, Senator Yomle, she's behind this. That's a very good intent. Whosoever, I don't know those that are behind it in totality, but it's a good thing to do for the country. Listen, should we now begin the process here of trying to protect one person being powerful at a particular job for the business of the person that we are benefiting. Whosoever, I don't know those that are behind it in totality. But
Chief Tomalin, you have something in the bag there. Chief Tomalin, you have to work on it. You have something in the bag.
Now begin the process here of trying to protect one person being
it's
powerful.
Like you have something in the bag there. You are listening to people coming on the show.
You got anything that's in the
Whosoever, I don't know those that are behind it.
You got anything on?
The power is coming from him. He have something there that he just lay on the ground, either a phone or something.
That you're listening to, right? But maybe he'll check it out. So I mean, so that's the point. I know Tomalin is going to come in. We're going to take a little time to discuss this. It's important that we look into these things. But I think from a personal stand, the pro tem did nothing absolutely wrong. The pro tem did what I would have done. And it's important that we all we get involved into this, vote of bringing personal attack into these things and debate the intent of this matter. If folks believe, if the president believes that he's going to veto this thing, he can veto it. This is constitutional right. The constitution of the country gives that right to His Excellency the President to do that. If the president were to veto, then the no option now is that for the both houses, if they got the numbers to override the president veto, then we move to enact this thing. Too many welcome. I think there was some feedback coming. That's why I was just turning up. Yeah, the Myean, all right. So Myean said, "Fool, yeah." So remember, yeah, just we started there. We are waiting on for you guys to come. But wonderful good evening to you and welcome. We got a lot of other things discussing, but we want to. I was looking into this part of the podcast someone shared with me, and I was key into it about the attack on this the pro tem by Costa and things he said. I was just trying to recap some of these things. But the focus point before you can come in is this issue about this law about the port. I believe, as we stated yesterday, that's a very good intent. The law is good. The intent of the law is good, and those that are behind it got some, and I support them for being behind this law. But welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, Pew, Progressive. Thank you again. I took my time this morning to listen to that the Costa podcast, and I don't think he was fair to Senator Jambly. Forget about the politics about it, and Senator Dillon, and I don't think he was fair to them, because the issue is that if you are attacking them, then how about the senators from Maryland? They have a port in Maryland too. So why aren't they being called out too? Senator Brown and Senator James Biney. Also in Sino, Senator Augustine Chia and the other guy. Why aren't they being called out? If on Sino, then why are they calling out so that's I have a problem with that. But my understanding is that the president more likely he might sign it into law. The fact of the matter is that it's politics, the political alliance. President Bouaga is seeking re-election, and the last thing you want to do is to piss his alliance members off. You saw what happened with the CDC when the Hakam 2017, James Biney and others from the MPP, they supported the CDC, but when they got going, they fell off because they had an issue with the issue about jobs and other stuff. So they fell off with the CDC, and that's how come you see the MPP split, and then most of them went to support the Bouaga and the alliance. So right now, Jambly is up for re-election. Dylan's up for re-election, and they're all strong integral part of the alliance. And President Bouaga will most likely support his alliance members over Sekou Dukle from the port. Because it's and also forget about the politics, but it's about time. Like, why are we playing with decentralization? In fact, there's a bill already that have that. That's a law. Yeah, there's a law already on the books. I'm just so sorry they have not implemented it. But we can't for some 100 and some more years. We just got one free port and the National Port Authority to give with the Liberia economy in just one place. No, decentralize, spread it up. Everybody can take part. Let our investors come and run another port to be competitive. Because if I'm at the port in Greenville, I want our port to be the best over Harper, over Monrovia, over Bassa. So I don't think the president will, in his own wisdom, will try to piss his alliance members off, and because he has control of the legislature. I don't think President Boga want to get into a point where a single person in Dukley that will try to obstruct him from helping his alliance members.
No, it was a joke. You guys like freaking like that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think he want to do that. Pewee, and so as a result, I see him more like signing this bill. If you have any problem with the bill, he may veto it and tell them he still want to see changes there. Because in his first veto, he said he said I like the bill, why I'm up for it, but I was concerned about the maritime functions that are being usurped by the bill. So that's all he's concerned. And now I see the bill is there, and from what I've gathered this morning, I think that podcast because that did may have dealt a blow to the opponents of the bill. I mean, I don't think it was, because now you from what I gather, the senators and other lawmakers are gathered together, and they have in one accord now. They are strengthening their resolve, and so I'm sure that, as I heard that the podcast pissed them off. So most of them now is like, Mr. President, if you're gonna give her a punch, and then it's like, okay, we stood by you, we have been with you throughout. So let's see what happens. So I think that podcast may have put the bill forward more closer for signing into law. So let's see what happens. But I'm up for it. I want the port autonomy, that the Israel port autonomy be decentralized. People should have ports control the various ports. Don't get one person controlling all the ports in Liberia for what? So much. This spread out. Let be a competitive process. Let those who run the port then go for a proper bidding process. If that is done, okay, that we support that. But I think most people offer it being decentralized. So I think the bill is still alive. I don't think it's dead.
Good, thank you. The Reverend Dr. Terrence Peabody, welcome to the show. We discussing a rate of things.
Share the show, please. Share the show.
We are discussing a rate of things basically tonight, but we try to focus more or less on what we ended on yesterday. I think you didn't have the time to really join us. This thing about the new bill, this bill about trying to push for autonomy of all of our ports, of our seaports, airports, seaports in Liberia. That will include the port, the Freeport, the Harper Port, the Buchanan Port, and the Greenville Port. Those 4 ports, seaports, we're seeking some autonomy of them. And I just want, and one of those ports also strategically located in your county. So what's your thought on it? And there's this debate now that Costa is also going after certain lawmakers that he perceives to be behind this and supporting the MD from another angle. So what's your thought on this issue? You muted, Peabody.
Let me unmute to say that I stand with Senator Dillon. I stand with Senator Yumli Kanga, Senator Wethanga Finley, and other senators who oppose this bill. This monopolization of the port is just for selfish gain. It's all about Sekou Doucle interest for a selfish gain. I don't think the president needs to accept this. I don't think the president needs to sign this. You can't have one person controlling the entire port of the Republic of Liberia. This is wrong, unacceptable, as I would say. It's very much unacceptable. And the motive behind this is for self gain by Sekou Doucle. And we know this guy to have a very tainted character. We saw how he robbed the Chinese man of his business in China, and what happened in the court.
Nothing happened. This man spent millions of dollars. At the end of the day, he duped this man. How can we even have a confidence in this guy, knowing that he would not dupe? Is not for dubious interest that what he's doing there. Our port should not be monopolized. It should not be controlled by one individual. I think it's important that we follow the act that created the National Port Authority and continue to move with that. But look, Sylvester, I have a serious issue when I follow the story of Sekou Doucle and the Chinese man that was robbed in Liberia. I wonder why. If you go back to Minnesota, he has records there as well. You see, I follow all these stories, and to still see him being the head of the National Port Authority and still want to lead, in to monopolize the whole Port Authority is very concerning. And I hope President Bouaka will veto that bill. He may be reaching out to other people to bribe them with money so that they can control. I hope President Bouaka veto it, because the individual who's leading this smell campaign, Sekou Doucle, is not worthy to stand up and say that will be in the interest of the Liberian people. It's not in the interest of the Liberian people. It's in the interest of him. He want to run to be senator for Cape Mount County. It's not Blooming County. It's not in the interest of the Liberian people. So I totally support Senator Yumli Kanga, Bethanga Finley, and Senator Dillon opposition to this. I strongly, at the highest level, vehemently oppose that point.
All right, everybody, but quickly, before I would do this, to just send it up, folks are saying Sekou Doucle himself is not really saying anything. It's Costa that is hating on. Not Sekou Doucle. What do you have to say about that? Just continue on that. But
Lavella, we know where the message is coming from. So I don't want to deal with the messenger. I want to deal directly to where the message is coming from. And the message is coming from, we know it's Sekou Doucle. He's the one, and it's coming from him. And my friend Costa, it probably just be the messenger that Sekou Doucle have instructed or asked to be in the front of it. So I think I want to deal with the main person, not the messenger. That's what I think. So it's totally unacceptable. So the message is coming from Sekou Doucle. Is going through the messenger, my friend and brother Heron Costa. I don't think going after other people, other leaders, other members of the Senate will solve this problem. The problem here is this is not in the interest of the Liberian people, and it should not be encouraged. They'll work on the interest where every Liberian would benefit. Every Liberian would benefit from, not just somebody with their own ego and a selfish desire to ensure that the deal at the port. That deal was vetoed by President Bouaka, and I'm hoping that President Bouaka will veto that again for the second time, because it's not in the interest. Let's sit down and have a real due diligence, of that port. So I'm dealing with the message, who the message is coming from, which is Sekou Doucle. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, but collectively, on a serious note, and that's what everybody's trying to say here. We ought to be very clear. This is not about taking time, and sometimes it's good to let the dog to sleep, allow sleeping dog to there go and sleep, because if you try to go after people in the need of advocacy, it's a wrong thing, and this is wrong. We ought to understand that the intent of this issue, I believe sometimes and laws are meant for people, and we do adjustment of laws in conformity with changing times. That's the intent of that. We do those adjustments in conformity with the time that are already changing all those things. So it's important that today we have the Buchanan Port all by itself. Oh yes, we can do that. What does that do for the country? It brings some economic viability. It brings some economic value to that community. It pushes to create more employment, so that when you employ more people, you give them the economic power to purchase. When people got the power to purchase, they bring some dignity to themselves and their wealth and their loved ones and other people around them. They also promote other people that are engaged into other set of businesses, if you will. So that's the kind of a thing it would do. It will push more people into the port of the city of Buchanan. It will also promote and expand the hospitality side of Buchanan. Buchanan is a very beautiful place to be, a seaside coast city, right? It will push down for a lot of things to unfold in that place because there will be the port. And last time we interacted and had discussion with the oil company, the Noka boss, when he came on the show, he said there will be some issue coming out soon about some logistic thing that will be going to start this whole exploration thing. There's going to be a huge opportunity in Grand Bassa County also. That port will also set the basis for those things to unfold. We're going to bring a huge logistic company going to come and we're going to engage Liberians businesses and Liberian entrepreneurs and all those things. Everybody going to get to work. It is the time that we do these things. Listen, the last time I was proud when I listened to Costa say that he was trying to engage into the mining sector. Why do you think they're allowing you also the opportunity to go and get areas, do your own prospecting and engage into mining? Why do you think the port cannot be autonomous also to allow all the Liberians that we have marine contracts that will allow them also to build the local economy of their area and put some money in their own pocket? So that the same way when you run your car, nobody will say that government car. When they're driving their thing, living their house, that's the same opportunity, my dear brother. So if we just always want to sit and listen, it's important that sometimes if we cannot always be in the sun. There will be time, will be a rainy day. And when a rainy day start to hit, it's good to consider it and know the time. And that, you just get wet by the rain. You will not always be this way. It's important to just shut up when it's time to shut up.
Yes.
Yeah. Time to talk, talk, everybody listen to you now. It's time to shut up, just shut up. Don't say, oh, I'm not being engaged into this thing. Then somebody push you, oh, okay, I will have special podcast. So you don't say nonsense. And attack other people again. Yeah, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make no sense here. You have to expose yourself that you are not independent. You are like a puppet remote that anyone can just use and switch on to news to attack other people. And if that's the case moving forward, you lost your relevance. And then you're going to have no vital say in the national discourse of our country. And this is critical towards the forward march of Liberia. It's important that people, listen, you may have said this, done that, come out. These times are all past. This is a new dispensation you're in. Because the same people, we saw the result that came out, but the whole thing when the thing came about minister, you saw the result of those things. So it's very important sometimes, hey, you can stay work with these guys quietly, get what you can get, but don't let no one use as a higher gun to target at certain people that you may need tomorrow. And this is just an advice to you moving forward. But so that's the case with Dr. Peabody. But again, I don't know what's going to be the hold on, but I would hope that there'll be decision on this issue. If it's the way of the president or not, then left for those that are behind, they can take a challenge to veto this. But I don't think they want to do that. So my observation and what I'm getting from inside behind the scenes is that they're trying to have a compromise here to allow the bill to go through. Why are you hearing other than that?
Well, I haven't heard much about it, but what I will say here is that Sylvester, that I know you talk about the messenger. I won't deal with the messenger, but I know who the message is coming from. If we look at who is the message is coming from, as I said, he has a very tinted record. Others have not seen it, or the government officials, because he's linked to a lot of people that is close to the president of Liberia, immediate relatives and friends. But that issue with the Chinese businessman should have been a ground for his removal. To be honest, the issue with the Chinese businessman should have been a ground for his removal, and nothing was done. Now he pushing the wire again that he want to go back and the port be controlled by one person. So I don't think it benefits anybody. The people of Bassa is not interested in such a deal, and I hope that the lawmakers, Senator Finlay, Senator Nyomli Kanga, Lawrence, and others will rather put their feet down. Senator Dillon will rather put their feet down in saving the interest of the people of Liberia, because it left for these guys, They're just going to sit there and just put what is good for them, what the benefit. But the layman, they don't even think about the family who go to bed every day without having a cup of rice to eat, or having no clean water, having no medical facility. They're only concerned about themselves, and people are paying other people huge sum of money to go after and insult and bring down other people. I think it's wrong. You see, so I mean, I'm more concerned about who the message coming from. I'm not concerned about the messenger at all, to be honest. You see.
Fair enough, but I think I'll receive this other discussion, information about this whole. We got someone talk to me the last time about this whole Chinese business thing. There was something there's the post they're talking about that in from the report from the some international corners, if will. But I think we'll find some time to discuss this whole thing. We needed to go to the bottom of these things to find an update on this line. So we'll see if we can go back to this and find out if Mr. Dukley did settle this Chinese man, or he gave the Chinese man saying he spent close to $2 million. He was robbed of almost $2 million. That's too much of a money that you want to take from someone that's coming to. And then the State Department Business Climate Report also said a damning thing about that.
Yeah,
there's high level of public sector corruption in the country. Mm-hmm. If you have individuals that are intergovernment using the government power, the authority they have, and connections into high places in government, to use that to dupe and disadvantage other people of their own hard-earned money, particularly investors, those that are expected to come to invest in your country. So the fact we have to go through this alleged situation about he duping this Chinese businessman, and the area is there. So we saw some of the things that police were deployed to intimidate him, and that's the kind of now intimidate him and even threaten imprisonment and all those things. These are not good things to do, right? Mm-hmm. So we ought to understand sometime and deeply go in some of these cases and say, hey, this is how we intend to do this. But we'll try to go more deeper into this thing and want to see if business people, Liberians that are getting involved into, you want to be in government, it seems like trying to do government, business and do government jobs. It's a tendency of huge public sector corruption here. It's a tendency of this, what we call conflict of interest here. You take everything and put into your personal direction, and you use your high-profile connections to disadvantage those that are supposed to come with the high-end money. You take them of that opportunity. I think it's not a good thing. What it does is that it sends the wrong signal to potential would-be investors of coming to the country. It deters people from coming to the country. Another thing it would do that it will also push the partners to say those damning things about our country. It's not a good thing. So we will take some time to really go into that whole Chinese man saga. I'm getting some information that we will have to go more deeper into and have some things. We're hearing some things, as you say, other things from this side, also from the states and other areas that we get some other information. So we will gather all of this information that will come to us, and we'll use some of this information to have a special discussion beginning tomorrow, until we can have some definitive, some realistic feedback into these things that are unfolding. It's troubling. It's not a good thing to do, and it's been documented from the highest level, if you will. And there are other folks that are also paying some key attention to this issue. But too many, we getting different set of feedback from this whole debate. That there are folks within the presidency, particularly folks that are considered in the kitchen cabinet of the president, that themselves are part of the whole thing to torpedo this bill. And also the president is in a very tight space, because Senator Yombli Kanga and Senator Dillon and the rest of the others that are supporting this bill, being a very loyal partner to the president. They've been standing behind the president as loyal friends and partner. What do you think the president is going to do moving forward in the whole issue? Because I'm knowing that there's a problem now. What is the I don't know if this particular, I don't know how to put it. It's a serious issue we find ourselves in.
Look, what people, that's what happening, right? The UP is the UP is comprised of UP Alliance members. Welcome, Mr. Seaton. Welcome. Yeah, UP is comprised of the UP the alliance, the alliance members party that brought it into power. Then you got the outsiders. And the outsiders, I mean those who supported the president, like Seleke Kromah, one of them.
Yeah.
He supported the president.
Those are broadcast to the campaign.
Yeah, broadcast. You know, president, tough days, they supported him. Okay. They were not part of the UP the party. Then you got the UP itself, the party member, the party structure itself. And these are all competing interests. Now, for the fact that Boga will be running for re-election, he cannot afford to let go his alliance, to break his alliance, because it will be fragile. What will happen if he decides to what a better word to use, to screw up the guys with him? They will definitely pay a political price, because they're gonna say, "Wow, we supported this president, and then the interest of the country and our competing interests too, and he took the outsiders over us." So he's in a delicate situation, very delicate situation. But at the end of the day, I believe in the wisdom of the president. He will side with the signing of this bill, because he cannot afford to. I mean, those who supported this bill, the people are behind this bill, they are already unknown. Duque is only using cash to the election. He want to run in bombing against whoever running, Snow or whoever. He depends on the cash. The cash he's gonna use, because you and I know, Seaton, all of you know, you guys, you've been in the media for long. Seaton, all you guys know, honestly, we don't hear about these guys before. Trust me, okay. I mean, we heard about most of these guys in the UP. Heard about them when they were at the University of Liberia and other places. They are known people. But when you hear about Mama Ability, just recent election, when he pop up, Magdalena Cooper, okay, she's supporting this bill. But I'll give you an example, right? There were not people that was in the news. People knew about that. So the guys who are outsiders who gave their money and support to the president, they're the one who try not to fight. Because honestly, most people, what they do, they realize that anything can happen. They hear Boga said when interviewing, he didn't give out the fact that they hope that the fact that they say that we cannot come out of power. He said there's a possibility that we can come out of power if we don't do well. For the fact he realized that it can happen, is an alert.
Absolutely.
So with all that, the people that right now, you see the president, the whole structure, his advisors, Kofi Wu, I'm part of you don't know UP before, keep on the progressives head, all the guys then, right? You got Bushiman Keita. These are people who, what other guy named Sir Johnny in from Rhode Island there. You got Molecam, all these guys, the economic advisor, Corner, all these guys. They were not part of the UP structure. So those who are pushing it, they are divided. So at the end of the day, if the lawmakers, the senators, and the representatives are all united, in majority, they will succeed. I mean, they will get the president to sign it. That's all. That's politics. It's all about where the strength comes from. You see, right now in the great America, right now, it's what happened. I think that today, right? They put the war power vote, but the Republicans they pushed it, they went against it. But again, Rand Paul is saying now he will do everything in power to support it, to make sure that the president power is limited. So that's what happened. It's all about politics and your political capital that you have. So I see they're running into a problem, but I'm really watching to see what happens, because President Boga is in a tight space and he must come through now for either for his alliance or for his the folks that are helping.
Very, very so, and well pointed on a serious note, and that's a very political way you put it. When we say you sounded like not only a political philosophy, but a political pundit, if you will, trying to have the intent of the issue. But Mr. Sita, welcome to the closing argument. I know we spent a lot of time discussing this, but the reason why we still going to
just interrupt. for the record, Sita he's opponent of that bill. So
yeah. I followed him yesterday, but I had a lot of issue with some of the points he was bringing on the bill. But I respect his view.
I know.
I vehemently disagree with that. Vehemently disagree with most of what he was saying. And I try to contrast that with some of the things he supported before and going against it. I'm surprised. Then where are we? So again, I will give him the time he will defend himself on this one. I just saying he's a Liberian journalist. We don't want to be sunny that we are mustering the press. That's what we can say.
He's a retired journalist now.
He's a retired journalist, yeah. I don't know because people have been a retired journalist. I don't know, journalists, all that journalists. But that the front tone of these people you will learn from, because during the days of journalism they apply the ABC, right, and all those things. But Mr. Sito, the debate is taking another shift, right? Costa is into this debate. Normally, he said that he was not doing podcasting, but whenever there are serious things, he will come out and do some podcast. I didn't listen to this. I didn't want to, but again, someone shared a clip with me when he mentioned my former boss, and I thought at the time he said these things, we just didn't want to talk too much on this. It pushed me to be a little bit something about that, right? I took other thing. I didn't want to go into that, and I would just be pushed to go into that. But that's one person that I can vouch for, that I know that he didn't do nothing wrong. If he had done anything wrong, he would have been reprimanded by this most powerful country, if you will. But he's not into it and attacking other people. Why do you think it's incentivizing his comeback to advocacy this time around, his abrupt return to do a particular podcast for this thing? Because he said he was totally out of it. He will not come out. What is his interest in this thing about allowing the port to remain in her current stage? But what's the reason of attacking others? What do you think is behind that?
Well, even though, thank you very much, and I'm happy to be back on the show. Even though I am a former Liberian journalist, specifically, my last position I held before migrating to the United States was that of news editor of the Inquirer newspaper. I have been in Liberian politics for a long time. And a lot of the issues that happen in Liberian politics are all driven by money. They are all driven by money. You see that bill? The folks that are opposed to it are spending money. The folks that are in favor are spending money. And a lot of them, from both ends, they have influence over the president. But here is what I would say, and as I stated yesterday, that bill, as it is crafted, is not in the best interest of Liberia. And I will give you the reason why. The legislature, they have the constitutional authority to enact laws. There is no given for that. It is their constitutional authority. It is their constitutional mandate to enact laws. But the laws that they enact, they don't enact it in isolation. Those laws are enacted based on the current reality that is prevailing in the country. So normally when things are happening, in order to address that, the legislator enact laws to address that issue. Now, how do they go about enacting that law to address that particular issue that is happening in the country? Before they can craft that law, they get expert opinions. They do some study to find out the impact of the law. If they want to address an issue, whether if they pass the law, whether it's going to be beneficial to the population or it's going to be against the population. So in order to craft that law, what they do here is they invite expert opinion.
Before you continue, I'm not going to continue. I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you on this. Yes, I try to push this so that I don't want folks listening to the thing will understand, because most of them understand the legislative responsibility of lawmakers. There's nothing in the Constitution that says lawmaker will invite expert opinion before passing a law.
Yeah, I
Because
understand
I
that.
don't want us to sit on the platform.
I understand
and
that. There is nothing.
Yeah, I come in. You want to use our time to go. I just thought because I'm moderating the show, so we provide this disclaimer that it is your opinion you push.
Okay, good.
It is not the view of the platform, but there's
All right.
nothing in the Constitution, right, that stated that they will have to bring in expert opinion. The Constitution, via Article 34, give them the legislative prowess to exercise that right to create laws for the country.
So, Mr.
Pewee, so thank you. Let me just learn. It is true. They have the constitutional prerogative to enact laws in the country. That is their constitutional right.
Right.
That's what they were elected for.
Right.
But the laws that they make, they don't make those laws in isolation. They make those laws to address issues confronting the country on how to move the country forward. The legislators, they don't get up and say, look, you know what happened? We want to enact laws that will stop all foreigners from coming to Liberia. Now, how do you enact that law? What prompted you to enact the law? It must have been something that is happening with foreigners coming into the country that have prompted the legislator to enact that particular law. So again, that law that is going to enact is not being enacted in isolation. That's the point that I'm making. And in order to enact that law, they call experts. They do a study. Yeah, foreigners are coming into our country. Why should we stop them from coming? Maybe they are coming, they are bringing they are engaging in activities that are not compatible with our way of life. Hold on, let me finish. And because of that, they did a study and they call experts. Say, look, you know what happened? We want to enact this law. We want to look at what are the pros and what are the cons when we enact the law. And then before they enact the law, what do? They do a cost-benefit analysis. If the benefit outweighs the cost, they enact those laws. That's what I said. Yes, they have their constitutional right. They also have the right not to call anybody. But equally so, laws are not enacted in isolation. That's what I'm saying. The fact that the national legislature did not call stakeholders to the table to get their expert opinion, because obviously the national legislature don't know anything about seaport operation in the country. They are not seafarers, they are not marine experts, they are not legal experts. Okay. So in order to add that type of law, you call the people that are expert in those areas, let them give you their opinion. Their opinion is not telling you that you should listen to their opinion, but you use their opinion as guidance.
Okay.
To guide you to be able to enact that law that will be in the interest of the people. The fact that that was not done, that is the reason, that's why I'm opposed to the bill.
Okay. So, Mr. Silk, that would be, it's quite, one would say I'm not one of the lawmakers, but some of the lawmakers that would be tuned to this, that are supporting this, or other folks that are listening to this will say you've been unfair to them. Now, listen, and part of it also is that lawmaking got different components, if you will. They got the work from committees, if you will. They have their research analysts and they'll do a lot of research behind the scene. Lawmakers do have their legal team. The entire legislature, the both chambers, the Senate and now the House, do have a separate legal offices, right, that do advise them on legal matter, look at the legal technicality. Because we got some very legalistic issues that would derive, and you need the input of legal individuals to go into those things. You have other professional areas, and that's why they have their research offices. They have the legislative research office, and they have the research individual office members in every offices, if you will. They also do work for committees. So they will say, I'm not the one defending them. They will say, Mr. Sita being very unfair to her. He didn't even ask. The committee, part of the responsibility of committee is to send this to the legislative research office, and they will engage the view of professionals folks before going on. So if that's the basis why you opposing this bill, I think quickly
we have one of our panelists. If we finish, we have one of our panelists who wants to make contribution a little bit.
Okay, I would join. I would join the panelists. But Mr. Tito, you can respond in 30 seconds. Then I'll go to join the panelists.
I will respond this way. During the administration of Charles Taylor, I was then a legislative reporter representing the inquirer at the National Legislature. The government of Liberia wanted to create a new Ministry of National Security. The National Security Committee of the House met. Hold on, let me finish. In closed door, they discussed. So what they did, in order to enact that law, they invited all of the national security experts, including the former NSA director, the late Freddie Taylor, peace be to his ashes. Freddie told the legislators, he said, look, we have the National Security Agency, we have the EP at that time it was ATU, anti-terrorist unit at the executive mansion. We have the police. We have all of these different branches of government. Creating a new agency, law enforcement agency, is a duplication. He gave his opinion. Well, the national legislators decided to say, well, we will still create the Ministry of National Security because the president wants it. All right. Now, what did they do? What they did there was, in order to enact and create that law, they invited expert opinion. It is not that they because the expert opinion telling them they should do what they're supposed to do. No.
Okay.
It's just to serve as guidance. Okay. And that is the point that I'm making. I know they have their various research officers, but those research officers, did they engage with experts that are involved in seafaring and marine activities?
Like Mr. Sidon, I agree, right? Is something that happened universally, right? You call people when you try to structure a bill to pass it, you get expert opinions to come and justify it and give their perspectives. But the people said, I mean, it is prerogative of the legislature to do it or not.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I oppose the bill.
Yeah, but
I mean, you oppose a lot of laws in that place because a lot of laws have been passed that way. Then you oppose almost everything.
But that's why the country is not moving in the right direction.
Yeah, but before Maya will come to take this question, someone just sent me a text that the Ministry of National Security, I don't know, existed. It was not during Taylor time, and it was after Taylor time even they pushed because the police said Seleke Kromah was the Minister of National Security. National Security Ministry was established before Taylor became president. That's what they said.
I know that, but then
the police has to correct you on this one. Seleke Kromah was the minister.
Seleke Kromah was not the first minister, all right?
Yeah, but Taylor government did not establish the ministry.
But no, Taylor, listen to me. Taylor government did not establish it. It was existing. Samuel was the one that established it.
But you just said Taylor.
Listen to me. The first minister.
And Minicon was the minister.
From Minicon, then the Sylvester Moses.
So the person point quickly before we go. The person point quickly is that it was not Taylor that created the ministry.
It was not Taylor that created the ministry, but apparently, what needed to be done was to solidify the ministry. So because of that, I can rephrase what I was trying to say to solidify the ministry. They had to cause law enforcement officers to be able to give them some opinion whether that ministry should stay or it should go away.
Yeah, Maya, we got on the line.
We have Abu. Abu is on the line.
Who Abu?
Abu Kamara.
Abu Kamara from where? Abu Kamara, where are you from? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, thank you, Pewee, and happy New Year to all of you. I've been following the conversation all of Monrovia. Yesterday I followed briefly, and I've either on to call, but because I did not want to disturb those who were around me, I could not call. But great conversation.
Are you calling from the free? Are you calling from the Freeport? Are you calling from the Freeport?
Money teaching here.
You have been around for a very long time, and that's why we, other panelists on the show. And you understand how the legislature works. The first thing, the bill on a discussion It is not in the interest of the Liberian people. I hear somebody say we're going to create jobs. So who are those that are working at the port in the first place? They are Nigerian or they from Cameroon. Those are working in Buchanan Port and the rest of the outstation ports. I hear too many talking about we're going to create jobs, it will bring improvement. The first thing is we have to establish as to how these guys
don't worry, the job will be kept.
a very deplorable condition when we took over, when Segu took over, and to understand the anger and the frustration from the tiger of the port director in Buchanan. Yes, most of the exceptions he made are all facts, but can he attribute to the current management? No. You can't attribute to the current management because we just took over less than 2 years. A lot of projects have been made in terms of infrastructure wise. They never had logistics. Segu Duble they provide. They never had sitting place. Even today, you go to the port of Buchanan.
But there's this point. Abu, listen. Abu.
Share picture of you as to how we made it and how it is now. And
Abu, Abu, are you there? Abu, Myean, pay attention.
Abu, is tower of the Liberia Party and another tower of the Liberia Party who is the current pool manager of Buchanan. They are very genuine about this. They should have invited post experts to run to get an expert opinion as to how to see it. They didn't do that. No, I can tell you, I can show you. All of them are listening to me. It is President San's they built. And Pewee, as you be Bama coming on with the argument. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Before you go, Abu.
That's a serious assertion.
Abu, before you go, are you there?
Yeah.
Now, before you go, I know you speaking. This is a
Abu had to push for his job. That's why he worked.
Abu, this is a policy.
That a PR for the MPA, right?
No.
He just wanted people not working there, so he had to speak for that.
Yeah, Abu, are you there?
Abu, stay here. He's
here. The thing is, you cannot, according to you want to do decentralization and modernization. If you look at it, the content of the word decentralization and modernization, so these are station posts. You should be asking questions. And let me break the news, Pewee. Next month, February, the president of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Pewee, will lead an array of government officials, including our managing director of the Port of Buchanan, to break ground for new administrative building. Then we meet the Seku, as managing director for the port, complacent about improving the port facility. No, they may have been to the Port of Buchanan and other station ports. He is the only managing director on his stewardship that has visited all of the ports across the country to understand what the people are going through.
That's not true. He's not the only
liar.
He's the only managing director that visited all the ports. All managing director visited the different ports.
Exactly. All managing director visit all of the ports. Well, you're taking his point for
Abu, can I push this last point to you? Okay, let me just conclude with it.
Okay. So if you got all of issues, I think we should be by another day. But the conversation on the topic on discussion has to do with the port tournament. The fact that you guys did not read the building entirety. You're talking about decentralizing organization. What do you mean decentralizing organization? So you're telling me about what came out? The PM managing folks. All the money they're making, nobody from Papuru, nobody from Pumi, nobody from the other country, because Pierre Madina in other countries should not benefit. Is that what he's saying? Those people who working there, you know what he's trying to do to money? He's trying to put to other jobs. You don't even know. Those people who have worked for decades, 2 decades, 5 more years for them to retire. So if you do it, because right now at the moment, as soon as you say you're passing a bill, right? The people who have worked for 2 decades, I will be getting
Well, Abu, let me ask you a question. Have
Abu,
Dr.
Peabody wants to ask you a question.
Abu, let me ask you a question.
Abu, can you hold on a little bit? Abu, can you hold on a little bit? Dr. Peabody and Mr. P wants to ask you a question.
You gotta go ahead.
Yeah.
Has your boss paid the Chinese man his money?
The man did not pay money as far as I know. That matter.
I think Mr. Peabody, that's a separate issue.
I think.
It shows
Abu, gentlemen, before we can continue, Abu, you struck some issue here that we needed to, and Abu, you are a panelist, or you were.
Abu is on.
Abu,
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Abu.
So like I was saying, right? People asked me a question, but I didn't get in. Well, about to answer, and then the phone
He's
went off.
asking if the managing director paid the Chinese guy money back.
The first thing I would let you address is that the managing director, Mr. Sekou A.M. Dukley, was accused by a Chinese investor whose name I may not pronounce clearly. He went to attend the police because according to him, was being humiliated, brutalized by folks. And per the instruction of the managing director. The managing director was invited at the Liberia National Police headquarters. And I think that matter has been put to rest. He has the clearance. What you are accused of, he did not commit crime. He did not commit a crime.
Who gave clearance?
Who gave him clearance?
A response there got a very respectable man.
Abu. Abu.
When I'm out, then put the rest.
Abu.
Yeah.
Mr. Sylvester Pewee is asking who gave him clearance.
Who gave him clearance?
Yes.
Pewee. The law of our country.
Simple. Who said the law? Who said the law gave him clearance?
Which law?
The criminal. If somebody accused of criminal activities, and the police have the right to question you, to invite you a question, and which they did. And the police investigation established that he did not commit a crime that you were accused of.
So basically, Abu will hold you. A lot of things you said, but things there are folks that are currently saying things about, and the reason why this whole law about the port pushing for the autonomy of all of our ports in the country is getting steam, and the debate is going across the country. Even the free port there, where you currently there are a lot of things that say you listen. Can you listen? Can you listen to me, please?
Yeah. So before you proceed, and I understand the point you speak from, and trust me, I did not come to disparage the logic you guys have made on the show. I think
but you don't even have the capacity to do that.
It is actually being established that all of you guys in the interest of our people. The bill on a discussion emanating from the Senate from an ally to the current port manager. From an ally to the current port manager. So it says a lot. The 500 guys who made the bill to the president vetoed it. According to that, they are going to change some of those clauses within the bill. They didn't do it. They did not do it. The question is, as a civil country, you want to submit a bill. You want to enact a law, right? You seek the opinion of those people who have expert on the subject matter.
So are you suggesting, Abu, that are you suggesting, Abu?
We can't hear many.
Abu, quickly. I want to ask you more question, but you don't have to. Abu,
can you hold on a little bit?
But you already outside to stay a friend.
You already Abu, can you hold on a little bit? Mr. P wants to ask you more questions.
Abu, yes, my point. I listened to you just now, and you going the route and you say you should tell your friend alone and other thing. I know you don't call his saying today.
Let's discuss the issue.
Let's
discuss the issue.
Abu, can you listen? Let me conclude, and you come, please. Just listen. I will soon be done. We'll soon be done, please. Yesterday when Denial appear, you call him the senator. This now you saying tell your friend alone. And I know that now you guys on the other side, there's a war now coming on. But you said no. You just said Abu, hold on.
Abu, can you please hold on? Abu. Abu.
You want to ask something. You just see you have no expert opinion on the subject matter. You know, seek an opinion of people who have been in the field, people who have been there for years. But
are you suggesting because you said something?
Abu, please hold on a little bit. Yeah, Mr. P, you can go ahead.
You just said something quickly. That's the last point because we're not really getting us or something. Are you suggesting that you said even a serious law and other things protest running away? Are you suggesting that the protest and those are behind it are on serious people?
They are not. They are very serious. They are responsible people.
But the law is on serious. But what they bring is on serious.
But to add a law that we not put it, that will not impact the current team, but even future generations and generations to come that all of you that own issue that will not be around it. I think to make sure that to enhance law, you need to see an opinion from full experts. They are very serious. We are holding high esteem. I respect all of them. And
okay, thank you, Abu. Myean gotta go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Myean. So quickly, gentlemen, before we continue on this one, I think it will take more time on this. This is serious. If you saw, and Abu is not speaking as the chief spokesperson of the MTA. No, I mean the port of the free port or the port, the head of the port. He's not, but he's speaking as one of those surrogates, if I will put it. He's a direct surrogate of the managing director. The managing director is one of these Hinchman agent and probably the attack door, if you will, deployed to respond to some of these things as a surrogate or doing the kind of a role. Now, it's clear. It's getting clearer by the day that there's a big debate and a serious issue on the part of the managing director. Not think likely those that are behind pushing this bill to move to autonomize most of those institutions. It's clear. You listen to what he said, what Abu said, that the president will not. Abu sounded, and Abu quoted the presidency of our country, that the president would not. So Abu proved just not to be very powerful, that the man that has told him that Abu, we are spending money behind the thing. We are behind those people, Mama Khan and the rest of the folks, we are behind them. The president will push the president and will influence the president's decision on this one. Abu spoke through the managing director. Abu spoke just now.
The managing director spoke through Abu.
Anyway, you want to put that through? Okay, Abu spoke through the managing director.
No, the managing director spoke through Abu.
Or I put it out your way. Okay, the managing director spoke through Abu. Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, but I was getting the mix up
because he's been definitive.
The managing director spoke directly through because Abu got the listening ear of the managing director.
Exactly.
So this is a serious thing that we're discussing. Now you see the trend.
No, it is serious.
Yesterday, Costa came and attacked the pro-10, attacked the loan, attacked other people. For Costa to come and use his podcast that he said he was out of it now. It's serious. And I listen to Abu Jenna. Abu is saying this thing.
It is serious.
I mean, I don't have no interest whatsoever. I don't even know the weight of it. The only reason I'm saying this thing
I think money is changing here.
And it's so good that someone will not have problem with the money changing hand thing. Because if we all begin to play the role of consult, the country will go nowhere.
It's not going anywhere.
That's the problem. The president and the advisors who are listening.
That's the problem. Look, let me be honest with you.
One minute,
price if they undermine if they do the stab their alliance, because trust me, it's all about it's all politics involved. But now President Boga has a choice whether if he want to have the alliance support and so forth. These are all senators from the southeast. Most of them they put all in the southeast era, an era where they're struggling. So will he allow a young man who were in America all throughout the time, just you're giving them support and so forth, but now he's in Monrovia now, so he want to run political pathways on the line too. He want to run, so all the things happening, all that thing talking about he go around the port. The president has a choice, because I can tell you this, take my word, if President Boga veto this bill and this bill is not signed to pass into law, he will pay a heavy political price.
He's not going to pay a price, though.
Alliance, trust me.
Okay, let me just say this. If you guys remember, your former boss, Senator Weston Garfield, was on the show asking specifically about the same bill, and he said he did not sign it from the initial stage. I don't know whether he signed it the second time. So there are a lot of senators that are from the same Southeast corridor that are not in support of this bill. Well, here's the problem. The problem here is why is the rush in pushing this bill? This bill would have been a very good bill if the Senate would have done due diligence, get all of the parties, all of the stakeholders involved. Obviously, you have your own research people that have done a lot of research. I don't know whether they have done research or not. Okay? But get stakeholders, you discuss the pros and cons of this bill, and then you can pass it. But to just craft this bill out of nowhere and then send it to the president, and the president saw a lot of flaws in it and send it back to you, and then you did not even address those flaws that the president saw. You said, well, the new authority will liaise with the Bureau of Maritime Affairs to address some of these issues. That is vague. So this law as it is not in the best interest of Liberia. We want Liberia to modernize, but we don't want Liberia to be modernized hastily. We're talking about decentralization. As I stated yesterday, our major source of economic activity is Monrovia. Because our major source of economic activity is Monrovia, that's why the Freeport of Monrovia is the most vibrant port in Liberia. Let me tell you this. The people that are living in Kipambas, Maryland County, Grand Creek County, and some part of Sano and Grand Jide and River G, they get most of their commodities from where? The Ivory Coast. Why? Because it is difficult to take goods from Monrovia and take it to those parts of Liberia. You want to make the port of Sino viable? You want to make the port of Greenville viable? Why not? Liberia, the country got some money recently from either the European Union or the World Bank for to boost small scale business entity. Why don't those companies that are engaged in marine activities, why don't the government form a partnership with these people so that they can develop a transportation company to transport goods from Monrovia to Liberia via our seaport to make those ports viable? That's one option. Right now, if it's a bag of rice in Monrovia, if it's $5, in places like Sando County, it's about $20. Why? Because of the transportation cost. The people in the Southeast are feeling the pain. So if we want to diversify our economy and we want to decentralize, that's one way to do that. Make those ports viable. By making a port viable does not necessarily mean that you have to create a new law. And as it stands, I rest my case.
You are muted. The way the event is trending now.
Well, what we need to do, I think we need to invite the sponsor of this bill.
Yes,
we got to get them to justify, to make a case for this bill, and then those who are opposing the bill.
Yes,
we're seeing on both sides.
Yeah, because what we are doing now, we are just giving our own opinion based on the information that is in the public domain.
Yeah,
but I think it will be better.
If they don't show up, it's up to them.
Yeah, it is. It will be better for them to come and explain to the Liberian people why they think this bill is in the interest of the Liberian people, and then why those that are opposed think that the bill is not in the interest of the Liberian people. But I personally, as it stands, I think that bill, they need to go back and do a lot of work on it.
But as per what Abu stated, if the bill were to be defeated, if they were to torpedo the bill, you think that's the beginning of a? You think that will be the beginning of a major battle in the United Party capital?
That would be. Look, I remember when the government took over Newly, a cabinet minister told me, he said, this whole APN terminal stuff, he said, look, it's a whole stuff, and the government of Liberia gets certain percentage, and key ministers in former governments and other people are getting certain percentage and so forth. So now the question was, so the new government, so who get this amount that will get what we've been receiving in the past administration now? So the very aligned people said, look, they were pushing for them to make sure that they get a new company to run the port. So as I said, it's all about its interest though. But why is true that I support the decentralization process? It's good for the country. They have just one person there control all the posts. No, I think it's wrong. I think let it be decentralized. You can't have one person have all the authority and power. But it will bring up serious problem. President Boaga has a choice. If he really want to keep the alliance together, it will be his interest and the greater good of the country for him to support this bill and sign it into law. He can't keep on vetoing his legislature send a bill to you. Rather he in control of the legislature. Okay, he sent a bill and you just veto it. Second time veto. If they want to, they may not try to override power they got. But if I don't think he will be in your best interest to veto this bill the second time. I just don't see it.
Well, I see it differently. I think it would be in the best interest of the country if the president vetoed this bill. I have no fish to fry in this whole thing. I'm just giving my own candid opinion. I don't think it is in the interest of the Liberian people. I know maybe the president will suffer some political consequences if he did veto this bill, but equally so, there are people within the Unity Party who are for and people who are against this bill. And so there's going to be a lot of infighting, but this tells you that the folks are not in the interest of Liberia. What stopped you brought about the AP terminal? Certain government officials in the previous administration were benefiting from the arrangement with AP terminal. And then when the new government came, that benefit is shifted to current officials in this government.
What happened in the new government now? The accident. So so they're hanging. So now who would be the one to come and take the go and start getting it again?
Yeah, you see. So that is the reason why, if these people are serious to move Liberia forward, look at AP terminal. What is AP terminal doing that Liberians cannot do?
Exactly.
What is AP terminal doing that Liberians cannot do? And you know, it beats my imagination that will bring these foreign companies to do something that Liberians are capable of doing, something that cannot happen in a country like Ghana. How do we grow our private sector? How do we empower Liberians? And the Senate, with all due credit to them, I saw a couple I think weeks ago, the Senate is now calling for a comprehensive audit of the $200 million agricultural loan that was given to the Ministry of Agriculture. For small scale farmers. Just imagine that money came, all of the government officials, all of them established their own,
some of their own folks
company. They establish their own, they siphon the money through their own company and give it to their friends and their cronies. If you don't have connection in government, you can benefit from that. Is that how Liberia is supposed to move forward? That's not how the country is supposed to move forward. We have to empower our people. And the best way to empower our people, if this kind of opportunity comes, yes, if you don't have the means, somebody down the line has that means to do it, give him the contract. Because guess what? When he will employ a fellow Liberian, the money will stay right in Liberia. It's not going to go outside of the country.
Look, it's a sad thing.
It's a sad thing. You know, it's sad.
Liberia, the country will not move forward until we are transformative leader. Trust me.
Exactly.
Exactly. Look, if you don't have a transformative leader for Liberia, we should forget it. Nothing will change. That's why I repeat, I support the people's movement. Our aim is to disrupt the system, and we disrupt it.
No. Honestly, we need a new dispensation. We need a new political dispensation. Because the same folks that have been running this country since the cessation of hostilities for the last almost by the time this, almost 24 years, they're still doing the same thing over and over. Nothing has changed. And I've always told one of my good friends, I told him, I said, look, the situation in Liberia is the same. The only thing that is happening, there are different actors who are on stage. But when one set of actors move from there, another group of actors go there, they do the same thing.
I read somebody in the comment section on Clarence David is saying, he said, our senator just said on Prime FM, even that he said if the president doesn't sign the bill, he will be forced to sign it. That is starting. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen.
You see? So Timale, why it tells you is that money is changing hands. There are folks that are behind this bill that are spending money, and there are folks that are behind that don't want the bill to be signed that are spending money, all to the detriment of the Republic of Liberia. That's all I can say.
For me,
if a senator can come and say, if the president does not sign this bill, he's going to be forced to sign it, on what ground? On what ground is he forcing the president to sign?
For me, I say, I support the bill for the greater good of the country, but not for all the political stuff.
Yeah, but Timale, that bill as it is not in the best interest of Liberia. They need to look at it again. They need to look at it again because a lot of issues that was raised were not addressed.
Well, I say, I don't know. While we're discussing, I wanted to see something. Myean, when I video from Minnesota, something happened today.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave.
Yes.
Well, I said, but Myean, where's the video of the the shooting?
Mommy, give me all the paper.
Huh? Anybody have the video, the actual shooting?
Yeah, I think the video is trending though. The video is trending.
I want to see it, baby. I want to see it, man.
Yeah, the video is trending. I watched part of it on the news. Wow. It appears that the lady was trying to get away from the armed officers.
Somebody be sending that video, man.
It's like, they went to her car, and then she was trying to get away from them, and then she sped off, and then we get her shot. So it's a sad situation.
Wow.
It's a sad situation.
The man bust the woman's head.
Huh?
It's a sad situation.
Yeah, her partner that was in the car with her, because no interview, her partner was in the car with her, the skin blood all on her face, everything.
Wow. It's a serious situation. I don't know.
Let me send you, Myean. Please play for me, man. I beg you. Let me see this thing. Myean,
it just quite.
It's sad. I don't know why.
I was like,
I don't know why.
I'm here, Jim.
I don't know why this is happening.
I don't understand. Man, look, in this country, I tell people, I do not challenge. I mean, I don't play game with the people, man. These people, I saw them shooting one other guy. I said, nah, I'm not gonna. When the police pull you over, on hands on the weed and go for the instruction.
Oh yeah.
I don't go them.
Yeah. Never resist arrest.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the solution, Mr. Sika. Our country is in a serious problem, and if we don't step up before the next election, we'll find ourselves in the same situation again.
That's why we have to continue educating our people. Here's the video.
Okay.
Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Just like that.
What the f did you do?
Just like that. Well, the Secretary of Homeland Security says that she was trying to run over the act officer.
No! Shit! Oh my God! What the f? What the f?
Yes.
Yeah. You know?
No! No! Shit! Shit! Oh my fucking God!
Wait, Shadow, and the car was going by itself.
Yeah, she was fleeing from the act officer. If you can see the video, she was trying to flee from them.
Yeah.
And from what I'm hearing now, she's a U.S. citizen.
Oh.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, I don't know how true it is. Unconfirmed reports say that she's a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, but it's something. Yeah, they just released her identity and other things. So, I mean, it just you know, she was in, I think, Solidarity where she parked. When she parked, she was trying to direct most of those ICE officers to pass, right? So the other guy, I think they got angry about that. So they moved to her vehicle to pull her out of the vehicle. And when she sensed that she was going to be arrested, so you can see the steering for the news. She turned her wheel to escape, to leave.
Yes.
Yeah, but then this guy,
you couldn't fire the tires, I can't shoot the woman.
That's the
yeah. He was standing a little bit in front of the car, but when she saw him that way, she turned to avoid him to leave. Then he escaped a little bit on the side and just fired through the front windshield and bust her head.
Wow. Huh. You
know,
but the thing I was surprised, you see Trump respond.
What is that?
Oh, Jack found it something. I'll go read something and read it. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, we are in.
The response is not us.
Yeah, we are in a.
And the Homeland Security Secretary said that the woman was involved in domestic terrorism.
The terrorism because she tried to overrun the ICE officers.
But they can't change it. They can't have it changing now. The reason that gonna all about CNN running with it big time. Woo!
Wow.
Man, I don't know, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, I know the family will get money, but that's the issue. Money, they can't bring the person's life back. But
no, money will not bring the issue back. But the mayor, the governor press conference, the mayor press conference, the mayor just, and the raw statement the mayor knew, the Minneapolis mayor is new saying that the same the message get the F out of here.
Yeah, we just heard it. We just heard it.
Wow, man.
Yeah. They having press conference now, and the governor press statement too are too powerful.
I know, yeah, but look.
That guy had means to disable that thing to not. You can be insecurity thing. Even I can remember when I before I could work with the prison, where other means of the training classes you go for, they will tell you there are a lot of de-escalatory way to handle things. You de-escalate.
De-escalate. That is the role of a police officer.
That's the role.
Escalate
They got a human security.
So here's a simple thing.
Who backs their behavior? Okay.
Yes, that's it. That's the point. That's the reason why they did it.
The president, they know Trump will praise them for that.
Trump defended the man. Trump said the woman was the attacker.
Here's the thing. The video shows differently, even though what they are saying, but the video what I saw, it shows differently. Look, that woman
with the video, they were charged that man. I mean, be charged.
That woman who are flared. ICE has the capacity
to get her.
To get her. She was not going to go anywhere. She was still going to get her.
They said she was firing you. That's a different case.
They were still going to get her. There is no person who is a criminal in this country that the federal government they can't get.
Who can escape from the Fed?
You can escape. And then I don't know, man.
Man.
There's too much attention, man. I don't know.
And that's a beautiful woman.
Answer your picture.
Let me go to CNN and see.
Black woman, white woman, black or white?
I think
I think I'm like a Latino. But she confirmed to be a U.S. citizen?
That's what it said, though. I don't know how true it is.
I see.
But somebody you saw the other Liberia begin to did they think to that? They was it?
Oh no, what happened to him?
Oh, another Liberia begin to in the same Minneapolis area. They
kill him?
They didn't kill him. They just really torture him. They thought, they confirmed that he was a U.S. citizen at 11. He got interview on one of those local radio stations there, news. Now they got TV station there. So he would have veered to training.
They were paying them money because they were sued them for a lot of.
Yeah, they would. And to me, it's not necessary. Yeah, look. The president campaign said, look, he will remove all criminal aliens from this country. Some of the people that are being removed are not criminal aliens.
But Tomani, Minneapolis, they book and protest there. You can remember the job fraud situation. The job fraud situation.
You have been on Trump too,
Yeah. Job fraud situation happened 2020.
And Trump defended you.
But you see, the woman name is Renee Nicole.
Renee Nicole. And it happened just a few blocks away from where job fraud situation happened.
Hey.
Yeah, Renee, her name there,
yeah.
Got her in the hospital morning.
So apparently she's a U.S. citizen because that last name Good, Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen there. And her mother said that she lives in the Twin City with her partner.
Yeah, her partner in the car. Or female partner in the car.
Yeah, you see.
That's what the woman said.
You mean the Homeland Security Secretary?
Brian O'Hara, there is an enormous law enforcement presence here from multiple different jurisdictions. Our photographer is going to show you what the crowd looks like here. I think you're probably starting to hear people yelling to him.
Fear for his life.
Leaving. He had spoken with people on the edge of the crowd when he first arrived, to a man who had video of it. He did not come back to the crowd. Now a crowd is following him down the street. But what you're looking at right now, County Sheriff's Department. We've also seen the U.S. Marshals here. We've seen Customs and Border Patrol. But let me bring you up to speed with what we know. As you said, we know that there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement near East to the city of Minneapolis. We do not yet know for sure what the extent of any injuries are or what prompted this. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has weighed in, saying my public safety team is working to gather information on an ICE-related shooting this morning. Again, Mayor Jacob Frey is here. This is all in the context of this ramped-up immigration enforcement.
Yeah, but you forced to do that. Like everybody forced that way.
This has been going on for a couple of days now. We know that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was here in the Minneapolis area yesterday. And what we see now is this real peak moment here where, based on our understanding, there was a shooting involving federal law enforcement here, and as Governor Tim Walz said, involving an ICE agent. We are learning to, trying to learn as much as we can. But let me just get you, another picture of the crowd here, because this is a city where these George Floyd riots are not far in the rearview mirror. And what I keep hearing from people in this area is they say, if you thought that was bad, this city is about to explode. So the line that Minneapolis police are towing,
you gotta be careful. The poor brother said it down again.
No, but that's why the governor appealed to them, because the governor said if they do that, then they're trying to use that to send to use the Insurrection Act to send the military there.
Yeah, to send the military there.
So he will appeal to them to be calm.
In Chicago, for example, this is a very controlled scene, although it is noisy. Again, we're continuing to try to find out more about what happened, but Dana, that's the latest.
Whitney, you probably can't hear yourself think because it's so loud there. It's a little hard for us to hear what you're saying because obviously there are a lot of people there who are quite angry. If you can hear me, and perhaps it's too early to know the answer to this, but it sounds like officials are being quite careful when they just say a shooting involving a federal agent. Does that mean that somebody who they were going after, who ICE was going after, was shot? Was there a shootout, or we don't know?
We don't know. We don't know.
No.
I don't know if you can hear me, but it's starting to get really spicy. So you know what? Let me give you context of what is going on here. Dana, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm going to pull my microphone a little closer to my mouth. Okay. That's Police Chief Brian O'Hara right now. The crowd is really directing their frustration that direction at the moment. People here are really angry. We're hearing them yell at the Minneapolis Police Department. They don't feel like the Minneapolis Police Department is serving the Minneapolis voters, the Minneapolis taxpayers right now. And so right now what you're hearing is a lot of anger directed toward the local law enforcement here, even though they were not involved in this shooting, as far as we know, Dana.
All right, Whitney, we're gonna let you go. Obviously, it is interesting that you're saying that their anger is towards local law enforcement. I would imagine, in addition.
Wow, man, it's worrisome, man. But meanwhile, in Africa, Burkina Faso announced that there have been a last coup attempt against President Captain Ibrahim Traoré, accusing Lieutenant Colonel Paul Henry Sandago Damibia, the former transition.
Man, that make up there, man. I mean, just scare for your own self.
Why involved?
I make up that you want. I mean,
you can't rule that out, though.
I heard the guy trying to become
an autocrat.
Yeah. I hear with this guy now. They man been praising the guy.
Who, man?
The man in Burkina Faso.
Oh yeah, he's using something to just step on people over there. Nobody attempt on him.
Yeah, again, they sending voices. He attacking the press. Everybody now.
They will get rid of him. You're not sitting on there. They will get rid of him. And he's not popular with the West again, so they will get rid of him.
No, he's not popular with the West. That's another problem.
Send a post election democracy back to the country, but you coming on be president for level one.
But I don't want to do it. He said the other one from Guinea there, and they say he won almost 85% of the election of the vote.
Can you imagine? Man, look, in the next one I come out, you don't mean African, but I'll be somewhere different because
why you make about this situation with the DEA in Liberia?
For the DEA?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they discussed that thing today, but they whole put thing took over it now. We'll pay some attention to the DEA thing tomorrow.
But I heard that the guy got this robe, eh?
No, they suspended it and they turned it over to the board of investigation. They turned it
normal thing they will all be doing. That man should be charged immediately with assault.
I'm telling you, why? Look at the way the guy said that. What did she do?
That man, I guess, should be charged with assault.
You don't see her resisting. You don't see her resisting arrest.
She didn't resist. They should disrobe them.
Damn, man. Like
disrobe them.
When I was growing up.
How much of excesses?
When I was growing up, in my parents' home, you can't even talk to my sister. You can't even talk to them. But you say you touch them.
Yeah.
They will flog you. Hey, you put your hand under the female in the house. They will whip you too bad. That's why look. I give you one story. I remember I was working in Rhode Island, working at a mall. My first year in the state. I was security at the mall, shift. This lady attacked me in the parking lot. I mean, the people who can do the parking in the mall when the parking garage.
They do the stacking.
Yeah, The lady, all because that day I saw she and this guy entering the bathroom, this guy, and they radio me, they call me, they say, check it out. Check that store. I want to check it out. She found out I went there. She was embarrassed. Oh, she joined attacking me. I ran for her. She chased me through the net, but luckily for me.
The guy was banging her?
No, I was on.
Yeah. Man, what are you talking to? Man.
So they chased me, right? But what happened was when I left for there, I ran for her.
But you know we got Remy on this show, eh?
No, I mean, other people listening when you talk about banking. Other people listening. I know what banking is, but the way the man said it.
The next day, right? The next day, what she did to me, she had filed harassment complaint on me to the office. So I was home. They called me. They said, "You come to the office." I went to the office. They said they want to say, "Okay, me." But lucky for me, the guys who were the maintenance guy who was doing work at night, they were watching the whole thing happen. So just while I was in the office, when the guy he came, he said, "Oh, you know what? Last night the lady was running me." I said, "Yes." And you're telling my boss, said, "Oh man, this guy, the lady was trying to beat this guy. He ran for her." He said, "Oh, for real?" I said, remember I was saying real. The man said, "Oh man," the man said, "I watched the whole thing happen." When he was on the radio, they called, he tried to check what happened. She chased all the store. God bless me, man. Look, so in this, what the guy did to that lady, slapping her, man, it's troubling, man. It's troubling.
That man should be immediately disrobed. No further investigation required nothing. Disrobe the man, and then turn him over. The Liberia National Police charging with assault and disorderly conduct.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
One time, one guy was beating one lady on Dopoh Road, beating the lady. So I want to go talk, but the first guy I want to go intervene. The way the guy beat the guy, I said, the guy want to go because he said, "I'm not taking it. Why are you saying? I can't say that you beat the lady. You can't saw the woman." So I said, "Yeah, that's true." When I saw the guy beating the man, I said, "Nah, I don't want to." I thought the guy was strong. They want to whip me. I stood for a fire. My man, it's not right, it's not fair. He said, "Come."
But man said, "You go defense man, you're not strong."
I thought you better beat it. I said, nah. And I said, no, I'm going there. Why? I said, come. I said, come where? Oh man, but that's bad, man. That's bad.
That was terribly reckless on his part. And the other girl too, there, you see your friend lady, then you holding her by the trousers that way,
and then you hitting her,
slapping her from the back.
I don't understand.
On social media, be careful nowadays.
Yeah. But look at the video. Look at the video that changed your whole story. That video that changed your whole story was shot by someone today before they killed this woman.
Yep.
That video changed the whole story. Oh, in that world, you're gonna go by Christian Loan statement.
Yep.
Oh yes.
So
what if one announced Sylvester? What if one? I haven't even followed the news.
Yeah, the investigation is pointing at many security experts, and they're pushing it now. I think the governor said they activated the Public Safety Division of Minnesota to investigate. I think they may come with state charges. I think that's what they're going to do. I don't know if the Fed will do, but if the Fed don't do, I think the state will hold him.
Yeah,
if they come out with state charge,
if it is a federal crime, he can be pardoned by the president.
Yeah, obviously.
Crime. He can be part
and the reason why they want to do if they don't come with federal, they will come with a state, then they will hold you on the state, then that will level of governance. So but they're trying to fight it to just dismiss the whole case. That's why he came out with that report against it. The woman of the aggressor, the woman is unknown, she's from the left, she's a lefty, other thing, yeah.
I don't know. So let me ask this question. So in this country, everybody should be from the right. Nobody should be on the left.
Not on the middle.
Nobody should be in the middle.
No, they got an independent. They got to put in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I say, there are people who are of the view that when you are from the left, then you are an enemy of this country. You understand? When you are in the middle, you are an enemy of this country. When you are from the right, then you are the patriot in this country. Everybody has a stake in this country. Whether you are left, you are right, or you are in the
I'm
middle.
observing certain things the past few days. Normally, JD Vance can be very, very thought-provoking, right? But he quiet. In the whole Venezuela thing, he quiet.
You know why? JD Vance is said because he running for president. So anything that he says right now will go against him when he running.
Yeah.
For the primary, only Republican man will use it against him.
But even Marco Rubio now, even Rubio run, but see Rubio now, Rubio is in a tight space.
He's in a serious test spot.
You know what started? You're trying to behave dramatic. Trump said, no, don't give him any credit. Give all credit. Yeah. When he said actually who run Venezuela, he said who behind me here. He won ABC on Sunday. He gave a different version there. You were trying to work with Trump hard. I'm talking it hard to work with Trump.
Yeah.
Career. You see this guy, the first secretary of state, what you mean?
Rick Tillerson.
Yeah, Tillerson.
Rick Tillerson. Yeah, former CEO for Mobil.
Trump moron. He said it's a moron. I can't work for this guy. He was done. The man I better get down. He's not done.
Yeah.
The man's a joke. I can't work for the man. Seriously. Work for the man hard. Even Bill Barr. Bill Barr said, nah, I can't make it. I gotta go. It's too much. Even this guy, Jeff Sessions, lost his career today.
Yeah, it's his senatorial seat.
Yeah, because he was too much into.
And then he called him. He said, "Man, a cow." He dismissed him, man.
After they defeated the Bamaga took the House, the Congress.
He said, "Man, I want to try all other men. Man, try. Man, said, "There's no case. I think they're going to court." He said, "Man, a cow." He sacked the man.
Man, they want law like to be in trouble or pay money because they want to vote on no problem.
I mean, there are a lot of issues that will come up. I think Trump is sensing that because he had a meeting with the Republican and told them, "Say, man, if they don't win the midterm, he's going to be."
Yeah, he said it yesterday.
Yeah,
no, he panicked, but he worried. Yeah, he worried.
If they don't win the midterm, he's going to get impeached.
But no, the problem there now is they got a very slim majority. Today, as per today, this Marjorie Taylor Greene is leaving today. Or she left.
Another representative died from California yesterday.
One died from California yesterday. So they got a slim margin of only 5 now.
Yeah.
5 seats. So with the 5 seats and they got some grand mayor among themselves. So that the problem there, if all of those 5, whenever 3 slip, there's a serious problem now within the camp.
Yes, I'm looking at this headline. It says resignations and tragedy mean GOP's slim House majority takes another hit.
Yeah. But how did I die yesterday?
I think it's all heart attack.
Wow.
Heart attack or not, because they say it was a tragedy though. I hold an answer.
Maybe you're.
They put in the country. I mean, look at the other one that went kid parent and they got it. What?
They're really equal for the first day today.
No, but the lawyer you hired, the lawyer recused himself. The lawyer said he's not going to represent you anymore. He should find a public defender.
But that lawyer is a very powerful lawyer. That lawyer will not do it because the lawyer was also close to the family.
Yeah, you say no.
The lawyer knew the man.
Let the man hire a public defender.
They got it.
But the thing about the beginning, they got money. His whole family got money. He wrote his own script, his own movie and thing. He got money too.
Yeah, he got money.
Yeah, he got money, and he will still benefit. And the awkward thing about it, they were discussing he will still benefit from his father, whoever. Yeah, they say he will still benefit from it.
The man father was living in, I don't know how many $1 million house. Almost, I think $15 million or $200 million home his father living.
Man, I mean, I was small Hollywood celebrity. Man, I'm not small movie producer and director or all the thing. I mean, he impacted a lot of people.
Yeah, so he impacted a lot of people.
I tell you, when I retire, I'm going to my library and sit down there.
You go see a parent sleeping, he starve them.
Hey!
But what, did they lock their door?
Man, that their son. That their son. That their son have a battle. That their son.
Yeah,
There was father had just argue in the party, and the party went to a celebrity party that the parent were invited to. They carry him just because they want to cool him off. He went to that party. He argued there with his father. The people saw him arguing with his father, and the next day now he went there and killed them. Allegedly killed them.
I think the woman made a mistake. They should have locked their door. I know that most of the homes in America, the doors.
You know, it's not the case. They make and go to the house every time.
Yeah, what I'm saying, their bedroom door. Most of our houses, we don't lock our bedroom door.
Yeah, even myself don't like my bedroom door.
How
can see that?
If you own your own house, if you own your own property, change that lock on your bedroom door and put a lock there that can lock.
Oh, yeah.
Put a lock there that can lock. You sleeping, you lock it. Because if that room was locked, the time you are going to forcibly try to enter it, then the parent would have waited.
Yeah, man. I almost there.
Don't say the man almost entered the man and Maduro almost escaped.
Yeah, just move from inside. Almost there.
Almost.
Show people listen to you and you give it direction.
No, I'm going to pick up my daughter. Sorry, man. I've called him. I'm sorry, guys.
No, he said the guy. He said Maduro almost enter for the first second. You enter that place. And the guy, he explained.
Why me by here? Enter the room. You are going to go.
He said, "God, Maduro enter the."
You are not going to go. They got a bunker spoil. Going to news to get to him in 45 seconds.
Oh, I'm very happy, my man. Lots of happy. But they go on the man secure now. We'll take that Trump say nothing, man. Yeah, the guy can explain. Like when the kid is got Baghdadi, he said he died like a dog.
Yeah.
he said they saw him, they got him. He was begging. Were you there? So the guy was begging. And he said no. They said no, we got you. Look.
Anyway.
No, but my people, look. At the end of the day, we have a beautiful country. But we have the honors on us to ensure that our country strive for the better for everyone. What's happening in our country is just, it makes no sense that we continue to do the same thing over and over, expecting different results. It's not going to change. It's not going to change.
It's not going to change, as long as as you already stated, as long as we're doing the same thing over and over and we expect different results.
There can be results when you do the same thing over and over.
On social media, right? When you're talking for somebody, the guys that come, the same guys that are struggling, they can start cussing you for the
yeah.
They can't insult you. Can
you imagine that?
So then I tell people, just press your message and go in your box. You say, so they may have me for money before. He cussed me.
Yeah.
He said, hey man, sorry man. If you could cuss me, he said sorry. Because my give dinner to cost me.
Yeah.
Man, we're in a serious problem, my people.
Tell you.
For Liberia.
And we have a president who is 80 some years old, so it make it worse.
Yep.
And remember,
he running for second term.
Really? You want to be like Paul Biya?
Yeah, he can be.
Cameroon. Paul Biya of Cameroon, the old man can hardly walk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I'm president, my man, you will still be president. Can you imagine? The man is literally he's let's say he's dead, but he's still president.
But Joe Biden stays stronger than that, man.
Yeah, of course. But if he's running to be if he's running for the second term, he's going to be almost close to 90 years of age.
No man, forget it. The puppet think he can win, and you got people there who will support him because they want to keep that chopping going. You know,
that's why we are opposition with it. Looking, if they still splinter, Baga has a chance of winning. I don't care what people say. It favors the incumbent. If you have a splinter opposition, you see. I mean, I just can't understand why CD has to manage to be able to better say one term, but they had the election for theirs to win.
The blunder, man, the blunder was just too much of complacency, too much of careless way of doing things. I mean, one time that was, and I think Mr. We have done some things that would have pushed people to something. There's some things from what the country did, coupled with the coronavirus situation thing, all of the things. There was a global slowdown in terms of the economic global activities across. There's nothing extraordinarily this 2 years, the party have done. And this year, I don't see anything that will come to say we didn't get elected because of. I didn't see the reason why. But again, part of the reason why I said I was telling Kehleboe, the reason is that we don't vote in the bureau most often on the basis of performance of a leader. We base sometimes on the basis of sentiments, tribal link, political friendship, geopolitical linkages, and all those things. So it's part of the reasons why those things happen.
I tell people, I'm from the Basel ethnic group, but if you have a crime person running, the person can do a better job. I vote for that person. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
I think going to do why come on, man. I think do you voting you vote your conscience, man. What? For God's sake. I'm just in a situation now, man. I know, yeah.
It's in a mess.
Yeah.
Country is in a mess.
Yeah, the country. But we getting support from America now. We the only country. We in Ghana, the only country that been spared on this visa.
You have to be very careful. That support is transactional.
Mm-hmm.
That support is transactional.
The fear here is, if another government come to power, they will see Liberia as one of those who kind of supported those kind of behavior, though, and we now want to do.
But I think, my man, Liberia, we have no choice. I mean, as long as we can play our cards properly, we don't alienate anybody. That is the key. Our foreign policy should be guided in such a way that we don't alienate any of our international friends.
Yeah, but with our traditional partners, we have to be careful because
we have to be very careful.
The guy that's in office is not he's not a normal president. Yeah, he's not a normal kind of president.
So we got to be very careful
because you do something, if people will pay. The Democrats come out of power, they will come after you, man. They will say these people were allowed. You knew better.
No, look, my man. The people they will understand. They will understand. Look, right now, what is happening? We have somebody who is unconventional running this country, so everybody knows that. So we just have to. I just tell our Liberian people, let's go with the flow. And you understand? Let's go with the flow. Don't alienate anybody. I mean, you want assistance from somebody. When anything they want you to do, you do it. When the next person get there, you explain the reason why you did it, and it's left with the other person's conscience.
So wait, I heard today they seized another 2 Venezuela oil tanker.
Yes, and Venezuela has agreed to send about 30 to 50 billion worth of crude oil to the United States.
The United States.
Yeah.
So they accepted a woman, Delcy Rodriguez. She's the head of state now.
Well, at some point they say, well, the U.S. government is going to run the country. At some point they say the woman is the president. So we don't know which is which.
And when they're taking over Greenland?
Well, Marco Rubio said that Marco Rubio is going to Denmark within the next few days to offer a proposal for them to buy the island.
Oh,
not to take it by force, but to buy it now.
Hey, what is it, man? Sometimes you say, I wish
America wants to exert its influence around the world.
But they come for Liberia. Tell Liberia and somebody to take over the country for a few years.
Liberia is an experiment that failed. Liberia, yeah, it is an experiment that failed.
So you believe Liberia have colonized would have been better?
It would have. Look, here's the situation. The founding of Liberia is peculiar in such a way that After emancipation, white folks, here's the thing. Some bodies were doing everything for you. They were your boy. You used to, a grown man, you call him boy. He's serving you, he's doing everything for you because he's a slave. Now, because of emancipation now, he's no longer a slave. You and he are equal. You never used to eat on the same table, but now you can eat on the same table. So some folks look at it and say, my man, they think it can't work. The best option is to tell the people and send it to where they came from. That how come Liberia was founded? The goal was to keep funding that colony until it becomes something of its own. But then when the people went there, they abandoned them.
But so the ACS played a role though.
Yeah, the ACS was the one that funded Liberia. They went send people there to negotiate for the purchase of the land. Yeah, they were funding the new colony, but at some point they stopped funding the new colony. They start funding the new colony. So the guys were left on their own.
They can impose the religion, their culture.
Yeah, they were left on their own. You know, the same prosecution, the same hardship that they escaped from the United States for, that they want to impose on the indigenous people in the country. How can you have a country where 5% of the population control the entire country for over 100 years?
Led by the man they call it William McKinley.
No, not William V.R. Tubman, led by the TWP, the Pewee party. They had a slogan every election: "So say one, so say all."
You're talking about 27 years.
He was there for 27 years. And you see, Tubman played smart. Tubman go to the West. That's why you see Liberia was booming on Tubman. Even though there was no development taking place, but the country was booming financially.
More development.
Yeah. So he should have harnessed that to develop the country, but he didn't do that. You see? Because there were a lot of goodwill, a lot of investment went into Liberia, a lot of investors.
A lot of multinational corporations.
Yeah, a lot of multinational companies.
Yeah.
If they have leveraged all of those investments, we shouldn't be crying for anything in Liberia. The only thing we should be crying for is how bad we can improve the life, for people to get along. But in terms of infrastructure, it's supposed to be there, But anyway.
No, but Willie Toba was a visionary leader. He was trying to do it, but the West too had a part to play with him.
Yeah, but Willie wanted to be neutral. And my man, in this world, you can't be neutral, my man.
No, man. The man was chairman of the OAU. He was chairman of the World Battle Alliance.
Yeah, but he wanted to be neutral. He wanted to be friendly with everybody. He wanted to be friendly with Russia. He wanted to be friendly with America. And the Cold War existing, all of that stuff. So I don't know, but I don't know whether he played cards well. But he was one of the visionary leaders Liberia produced.
On Congress here, I said, what he talking about?
And he was in a tough spot because he wanted to reform the system. He wanted to reform the system, but the people that behind him, they didn't want him to reform. And the people that were outside wanted him to reform.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So you are caught between the scissors and a hard place. The rock and a hard place.
Then your progressive in trouble. The man was trying to work with y'all. Toman put up with the progressive BS. J, then he play with that. He said, y'all try your shot with J, it's my y'all get lost. So when the Toba were trying to say, well, I will engage you guys. Let that talk, let that dialogue. And the man will bring trouble on.
Yeah, but I think that was the right approach. Because no matter what, even if Tubman was still going to be in power, right? The progressive forces that was on that gang up against the Pewee party, they were not going to go away. You see?
But we saw what the progressive did. We saw now how Liberia had turned out to be a track.
Let's see the breaking news, huh? Russian warship intervened to protect vessel pursued by U.S. amid escalating war tension.
What?
Russian warships intervened to protect vessel pursued by U.S. and amid escalating war tensions.
Because Russia is getting oil from Venezuela.
Yeah.
Or to the cameo. Trump very angry as he accuses Putin of trying over alleged Ukraine's different one.
Wow.
I swear. And Putin, I mean, I don't want about he's president for life. He got that's one. That Putin giving speech out. Putin issue warning. Man, military uniform.
Putin family I say man, Ukraine it was anyway.
My man, if that man want to level Ukraine, he can level Ukraine.
He can do nothing. All the time, people say I'm going to take 1 week. He can make it. He can make it. Nobody should even press him on that. He can make it. They're killing people a lot. He can make it. He just get more metal power than they put out, but he can make it.
That's why if that man want to level that country, he can level it. Let's be honest.
Russian.
You know what you want to do? You destroy the place. You want to do everything. You're going to do it. He can make it.
But
it's just the way people wanted to battle to them. Other people don't want to do it because he got nuked. That all. But he can make it. He got a weak military.
Well, we're gonna say so.
You saw how America proved to be the most powerful military. How you operate, people respect you. Today, when they push what they did again, they put move, they seized those 2 ships. That's the United States. That's how you when you strong and powerful, how you should act, how you should prove to be.
But what are they gonna do in Iran? What are they gonna do in North Korea? What are they gonna do in?
But you saw what they did in Iran. That bunker something they did, that bunker buster. And they quiet Iran down. Then Israel pounded them again, and they quiet. And Trump just threatened Iran again. And Iran now pushing for more talks.
Trump, I ain't got down. I ain't got nothing to lose.
The world we're living in, right? We live in a difficult world. Very challenging world. Everywhere you turn,
very challenging.
War.
That PS I can enjoy. He said, "Don't try this president." They make him flatter the president.
Yeah, they make him flatter the belt.
PS and our uncle enjoy that thing. 100% loyalty. If you blink just for 1 second, you're done.
I saw the man started when Michael Rubio. He said, "No, stop it. Don't give them credit."
But man, Maria Makocha thing that happening. You know the man thought the woman to give the Nobel Peace Prize to him.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, the reason why the man said the many were gonna say, oh yeah. So the woman said, they asked the woman on Fox News, the woman said she's thinking about coming to share it with him.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
What are you gonna get a medicine about?
The man he has spelled a winning Barry. Brother may invest.
Before I say, you got an American president begging for Nobel Peace Prize. Those things shameful, man.
And FIFA getting there. Why? FIFA Peace in replacement of that.
Why did Obama do it again? What he did?
Obama didn't deserve it. Trust me. I don't know because I don't know the sentiment too. Obama did not deserve that. I think he got it. To be very frank,
what's your?
He didn't deserve it. Not what he did. Tell me.
People don't just get and give people the Nobel Peace Prize.
I don't know why they gave him. Obama was shocked. He was shocked. Yeah. So that maybe he said you were just fair, but he was shocked. He didn't expect it.
No, everybody gets shocked when they win the Nobel Peace Prize. They don't tell them they're winning it. They just bring the name up and they come up.
In terms of race relation, and that is the reason why that was a major achievement. That's why they gave him that award. Because for a black man, for the first time in the more than 200-year history of this country, to be elected president of the most powerful country on the face of the planet, that's why he got the award. That's a great achievement. You know,
that's an achievement. That's his achievement. What? How does that reflect global peace? She is a champion of peace. That was an achievement.
But how about Manasali? She deserve that award too.
Oh yeah, Manasali deserve it.
Like how?
What piece you
Manasali champion a country that was ravaged by war. Rather the country back to the international community.
She ravished it. She ravished it.
So that's it.
She ravished it. You destroy something and rebuild it. Then I mean to say then they give you a award for that, for destroying something and rebuilding it.
So Manasali deserve it. Nima Bowie deserve it. Nima Bowie rally these women for peace.
For Lema, we will agree. Yeah, for Lema.
The woman from Yemi, she also deserve it.
What I get him, what did they get from where? Did they get did they small get one?
Oh, the Nobel Peace, the climate advocate, Malaya Lusu.
Oh, I get a beautiful woman now. She's not small guy again.
Oh yeah, Malaya is a beautiful woman.
She's not a climate advocate. She advocated for girls.
I got somebody on the phone, guys.
Go ahead with the person.
Robert Garguah. This is Robert. I'm following the conversation, and Sylvester just pissed me off. How can you say, Sylvester, that President Obama did not deserve the peace?
But he said it. He didn't deserve it, Robert. That's not secret.
Because he did nothing. But Ellen Johnson Sirleaf deserved it because she inherited a country that was war. First of all, peace is just what it is. Peace Prize Awards. There's a lot of politics involved with regards to these awards and how they're issued. But when we focus on what the Peace Prize Award actually means, the only Liberian that deserves the Peace Prize Awards is Nima Bowie. That's the only Liberian. If we're actually being honest, she actually did something that brought peace to the country. You can't award someone for peace when they were inherently part of the destruction that they inherited. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is no different from Charles Taylor. When the argument was that Charles Taylor should be given an opportunity to lead the country and help fix what he destroyed, it was the same argument we made in 2005 when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf ran. Give her the opportunity to help fix the country because she understands how damaged the country was. Only for her to take over the country and then say, "Oh, we didn't understand the magnitude of what we took over." How can you say that? How can you say you didn't understand the magnitude of what you took over when you helped destroy that? She was an integral part of that discussion. So no, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf got that award because she kissed a lot of you know what. And let's just be honest, she wasn't charged with any serious international crimes because she kissed the you know what. That's just it. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and none of her officials got any serious crime because the West and Washington adore her. She did everything they asked of her. She turned Charles Taylor over. She did everything. But what did she do to bring peace to the country? What did she do? I really want to hear your justification. But you can't say Obama didn't deserve it, but Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, of all people, deserved it. No. I don't agree with that.
Let me say for the record, I'm not speaking in isolation, and sometimes I can be very careful in how I want to say things. Obama himself said that he didn't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. He said he was surprised. He himself said it, evident by that. I'll go back quickly to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was a political agitator in the country, advocated for change because the country, the Brempo, was oppressed, marginalized by a unwanted dictator, Samuel Kayando. They all pushed for that thing to unfold. If you want to come and disrupt, there's necessary disruption in every society. She supported the disruption of that autocratic regime headed by the Master Sergeant Samuel Doe. Back to global peace and all things. When Liberia was engulfed with the civil crisis, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf also moved to mobilize a lot of international support. It was through UNICEF, it was through UNDP, it was through other international organizations. It was adding letter to President George W. Bush. Now, so sometimes what we can do when the Nobel Peace Committee come out with a report, we go and research their opinion, and each of the people have voted. The reason why Ellen is saying Nima Bowie, Ellen mobilized Nima Bowie to be part of this whole initiative. Fund sourced the first support for her through the UNDP Peace Building Fund. It was Ellen Johnson Connectivity that did that. When Ellen, the Peace Prize issue said, Ellen letter to George Bush, push for George Bush to ask Taylor to leave from Liberia. It was Ellen initiative that brought about the peace and tranquility today we enjoy in Liberia. She didn't stop there. She mobilized other international network And those international networks pump money for girls' protections, for female and women's rights, and it was spread across the country. That's how you saw most international organizations pulling to Liberia, supporting female participation in politics, supporting this, supporting that. It was part of that so and singular power that she exhibited. The Nobel Committee unanimously went, and they said the fact that she recruited and supported, exposed this young woman also, we will, in line with the other woman from Myean that also won with them. There were 3. So the reason what I'm saying here, Obama just came in himself, said he didn't deserve this. There's a big debate that the Nobel Peace Sunday was just moved by the movement that how Obama came in. So Obama and Ellen justification is far from the reality. Ellen deserves it more than anything.
It's your argument that Obama did not do anything to deserve the award with regards to peace. And I think that the Peabody mentioned that he was the first black president to excel to the level of presidency in this country.
That does not bring peace to America.
Well, right, and I concur with you on that. No, that was his personal, not just his personal.
That was an achievement.
That was a U.S. historic achievement as well. So to that point about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and her advocate for girls, I can also counter that argument and say, well, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, by virtue of the fact being the first elected female president in Africa, inspire a lot of support, international support for young girls and women, not just in Liberia, across Africa. And that's an amazing achievement. I won't take that away from her. But that's her personal achievement. That's also Liberia's achievement as being the first female president elected. But when we talk about peace, you talk about UNDP. I think, if anything, if I would have given a peace award to any Liberian with regards to the role they play in disarmament, regards to the role they play into advocacy for peace and being the international flag bearer for peace, I would give that to George Weah. Because when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was supporting MBFL, when all of the funds supporting Charles Taylor and other groups to destabilize the country, George Weah was out there advocating for peace. He was the only positive light.
So, Ra, you see, you came over a debate, you just confused the whole debate. We are hire and pay for his service. We are hire and pay for his service. Don't bring we are near on the peace thing. You are hire and pay for his service.
But Ellen Johnson Sirleaf also got paid for her services.
No. Ellen used of her influence as a past UNDP. No. Ellen used her influence to bring peace to Liberia. She will now pay for service to bring peace.
Why is Charles Taylor in prison? Charles Taylor is in prison because Mayhem committed both in Sierra Leone and in Liberia.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct, Raul. That's not correct. That's not correct, Raul. Raul, we shouldn't mislead the people. Charles Taylor is not in jail. Charles Taylor is not in jail for Liberia situation. That's not correct. We shouldn't mislead the people. You said Liberia and Sierra Leone. You just said it.
No.
You just said Liberia and Sierra Leone.
No, I said she supported Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor is in jail for mayhem committed in Liberia and Sierra Leone, right?
And that's not true. That's not true. Charles Taylor is not in jail for mayhem in Liberia.
He's in jail for mayhem in Sierra Leone.
He's not in jail for mayhem in Liberia. I want you to correct that. I want you to correct that before you move on. He's not in jail for mayhem in Liberia.
No, but Sylvester, they're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, it's implied.
No. He's not in jail for mayhem in Liberia. You said Liberia.
No. What I'm implied. The reason why he's there, because we know the reason why Liberia have not established a truth.
Until that, there's no charges against Charles Taylor on and then mayhem in Liberia. Nothing whatsoever. Nobody.
For the nonsense he created, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is a part of this destruction.
So you see, and I didn't just say it because I wanted to say, the Nobel Peace Committees came up with a statement. So that's why we're saying that. Period.
Close to DC, they love her and all that stuff, but not for peace. We both know that. She did not bring any peace to Liberia. She did not. The young men advocated for peace in our country. Charles Taylor courage to resign based on international support brought everlasting peace to Liberia. I would not give credit to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Charles Taylor didn't resign. Charles Taylor didn't resign as a courage. Charles Taylor was coerced to leave. He didn't resign. He was coerced to leave.
He was coerced.
That what we call that cohesive diplomacy. The news high power diplomacy on cohesive diplomacy.
Yeah, but
he didn't resign.
It wasn't because of her. We shouldn't get.
No, it was because of her. It was because of her. Single-handedly.
Inspire women, I agree with that. But when it comes to peace, she's the last one to be talking about peace.
But that was the beginning. That was the beginning of peace in the country. that was the beginning of peace. That was the beginning of peace in Liberia, Robert. When Taylor left was the beginning of peace.
So you mean to tell me? So then, if that's the case, all of the folks who participated in the war should also be given credit for peace because the intention was to remove dictators, right? And they themselves became dictators themselves.
None of the people be getting credit for peace because it's simple. When Charles Taylor left, it was an option from the United States government. Everyone should disarm immediately. It was clear. Ambassador Bismarck Marek said now very clear and emphatic to Sekou Damate and the rest of the guy and Thomas Nimle Yaya and all those people. So that already left out the government forces. Everyone should immediately. And then what did the Americans do? What did the Americans do in that direction? They brought 3,000 Marines off the shore of Mama Point. And it was the end of the war. So all these people were quiet. They didn't bring peace. So the influence and the news with Hillary Clinton and George Bush brought peace to Liberia. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did that.
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not play no role in that. That's my point.
She played all of the role in it. We're not going to argue. We're not going to argue on that, but it is known that she played all the role, and that's why when she won the elections, George Bush made his first visit to Africa and came to Liberia when she was president.
Because Ellen was the darling girl of the United States, brother.
Oh, but yes, but now she used her to bring peace to Liberia, and we should hear her for that. And today she's a global icon.
Oh yeah, she is.
Today she's a global icon.
Yeah.
Do you know why when the coronavirus was moving around the place, the World Health Organization, what did they do? They appointed her as a special ambassador for global health across. Why do you think those things happening? Ellen is a global icon.
Trump has pulled the United States from 66 international organizations, including the World Health Organization.
But the man did that since January. Those were the first 118th executive order he signed since January of last year. Since January of last year, he did that. Part of the Paris the Paris peace something. I mean climate something. All those things it was included. So yeah, that happened a year ago. Almost a year because immediately he took over the next day. No, the third day he took over, the day he signed those things. So you see, listen, the Nobel Peace Committee itself, they are humans, right? Sometimes they say they do that. Americans, journalists themselves were all shocked. Obama didn't deserve that thing he got.
He did. Sylvester.
I know he's a black man, but
they're not stupid to just award people like that. They met. They discussed it. They nominated him. It went through different channels before they came out to announce Obama won it. I don't think.
Okay. All right, for me, he didn't really deserve it, man.
Well, he didn't deserve it. But
and not even the American press. He himself said it. You see, the thing, I'm not saying it. I'm saying it in a more way to attack on him or whatsoever. It's not in the position that I didn't want him to get it. I'm one of his fans. I like him, man. He's a very progressive politician. He did a lot of great things. The point is that side of it, I differ. And this is my personal opinion. That doesn't change the fact that Ellen is a global icon and she won a legitimate Nobel Peace and something. It was great. Yeah. Oh, my bro, a lot of good thing for her. We got to celebrate her. That's what I said.
What about we getting to the end of the show now?
Oh, yeah. Do you know what I said to see Myean brought Bush. Yeah. Bush came out there, man. Peter, man, you are all the way into the Congress. Yeah. So international politics is just like, and cohesive politics or cohesive diplomacy will play a role sometimes. People will leverage their connections and other things. And I think something she did very significantly well. And that's why through all her reign, you have all male deployed throughout. because of her connections. Since she left, how many Liberian presidents are ever? They're talking about the Nobel Peace issue. George Weah will all time to time rival from every point. He was hired by UNICEF and paid.
Yeah, Raul left.
To go on to go on special operation of a peace building thing. All those things were set up. But anyone using her political connections.
Right.
And she did that. And I thought she had worked with the UN, the African Development Bank, and other international Citibank and all those things. She and her half of the connections, all those things. It's a combination of all of these above named thing I just said.
Right.
That she put to bed and use those things. She and Hillary Clinton was very great. Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State. You know, former Secretary of State, Obama time, she leverage those things. But with Bush particularly, Condoleezza Rice, all those people, Susan Rice, all those people, you know. So they saw a rule. But look at the other.
No, but Ellen, honestly, Obama not deserve that piece. Also, Ellen too. Well, Ellen, be frank. I Ellen know. Be frank. All because of 4 person are all the delighted for, nothing else. Where's Liberia today? Where's Liberia today?
It's not about where Liberia will be. It's about peace. Somebody contribute to peace. Now, somebody can be a bad leader and contribute to peace. Maybe according to you, Liberia today, Ellen brought Liberia back to the Committee of Nations. We were considered a pariah state. We are a failed state. Money, and probably maybe you didn't notice it because at the time you were already living in opulence, right? Yeah, in the US. No. We saw the disintegration of structural policy in government, not provision, the total disintegration and and all these things. And our own system bastardized the structure of real system in the country. When Ellen came, Ellen rebooted the process, put our country back on course, put us back part of the Committee of Nations, brought unique system back. We brought the whole GMAP thing to the country.
First of all, she set up a peace and reconciliation, truth and reconciliation committee. They came up with a ruling. They bound for president. What she did, she took the thing and put it in the dustpan. Thing was fair to the country. I got today with TRC report has been implemented because of Ellen.
The role she played was a role.
Yeah.
Ellen role.
Well, gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's program. I hope you enjoy it. Guys, thank you for watching. Trukong Bayou, my brother, I see you for a while. Fix Electronic, Yampu Vene, Steve Sly, Nora Hope, Patient Simmer. I ain't here for you for long, Patient. Alba, Law for Liberia, Elliot, Clarence, Davis, Alvin Morris. All you guys, man, thank you for watching. I think we're going to end here tonight.
Yeah.
We'll be back on tomorrow. Unfortunately, our guest did not come today, though.
You say you're avoiding accident.
Yeah.
Oh,
so we'll see tomorrow, gentlemen. You have a good night.
Let's pray for the United States of America. Let's pray for peace around the world. All right.
So you pray? You're about to pray for us?
No, you have to pray in your own private time. Use your own time and pray. But guys, closing argument here to stay, and we are here to stay.
What the song is? Savior what?
Savior more than life to me. I am claiming. Gentlemen, yes. But other side note, I will be in Texas this week. To bury my aunt, Miss Comfort Kanaka Peabody. Actually, to keep the family in prayer as well. But guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow.
My this weekend too. My nephew's father, they're in Liberia now.
Yeah, Mr. Weah. Yeah.
Antoinette, Bali, and Chico, they arrived in Liberia last night. But they slept in Firestone because of the road, the road. So they're getting ready. This Saturday will be a sad time.
Wow.
I plan going to my sister, her husband, and she can't go because of health reasons. So I plan to go to her in Trenton. Because the program will start 5 o'clock in the morning our time, yeah. So I won't be around her, so get her support. Because it'll be a very tough moment for her. Imagine if your husband for the 8 years burying him and you're not around, God health reasons, So
yeah, that's tough.
You need all the support, so I'll be with her. Yeah.
That's tough, but yeah, my prayers with them as well.
Safe travel. It's what, Texas?
Yeah, the place called Frisco, Texas. I haven't been there before. It's about 22 minutes, but I just going on Saturday, so I leave very early on Saturday morning, about 5 a.m. And I
2 minutes from the airport.
Yeah, and then I'll get there, and then I come back on Sunday morning.
Wow.
But when you ain't got money and you're booking these rare eye flights, it take you the whole day. So now you're in transit for.
Yeah, man, I want to. In booking the rare eye flight, so you say you gotta be there. The flight is 6 o'clock in the morning. What?
Yeah. No, I ain't coming 6 o'clock in the morning.
What? Especially winter time. It's cold.
I got a flight from Texas. I got to go to Houston.
But Texas, the weather be fairly good.
Yeah, I will check it though. It's unpredictable.
You saw the Homeland Security Secretary today. She was there in on their site there today in Texas. Or Cabo has.
Incompetent school and I can imagine. Hey, imagine man and Maggie have been justice minister. Out of prison. All of them,
yeah.
Election that when you vote. Yeah.
Thank you, man. All our boys. Good to see you. Take care. Have a good one. And we'll regroup tomorrow, man.
Yeah, guys. Call it a day. Nora, you stay in Liberia?
Nora, you stay in Liberia? You know who I don't see? We have one faithful reporter who lives in Minnesota. He had this Ghanaian name.
Who?
I say do something. One of our favorite reporter, but I don't see her on here again.
No, it's just back in the States, in Iowa. And I don't play they call Iowa. But wait, Iowa where? Where you looking at?
I got some family living in Iowa.
Iowa in the Midwest.
Midwest, yeah. Oh.
I got a family living in Iowa.
I went to Minnesota one time.
We're almost there.
We drove Minnesota to Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin, yeah. Wisconsin, I went there one time.
You back now?
Sylvester, you talking on the phone, you can hear. You say something one day, it will be tough.
They keep on be talking, man.
Telling you, bro. You on national radio all over Liberia and be talking.
They will play that thing all the way, go viral.
Play. You're not want to listen to their own radio again.
Keep on. News already.
A great Mozart.
Listen, and that the group of Reverend Peabody. I'm always another thing I will always, you see me discussing. I'm a family person, so I will always discuss family related things. So you will play family related thing. Ask my daughter, where are you? I can't figure you made mistake. That's all, but will not be nothing extra. So the thing you want here, you're not here. Yeah. Peabody there? Hello?
Peabody there, but he muted.
Oh yeah, too many. So you think
blasting all over the place? That he the one, you know?
No, but I will not say nothing. What I say, can't lie. I say, come in. Come in. All you want to play. I knew that on the show, but I should have muted anyway. I just slip up.
Is it Kehleboe saying that? He said, don't do work online and you're talking.
Kehleboe can already be such with that, and just say thing he knew. But I excuse he gave me that I don't think happened again. Anyway, I mistake me, but he knew he was on. He knew. He knew.
So you went after Kehleboe? What Kehleboe did?
It was a call.
No, I mean, too many millimeters. The message too many make it that.
You are the member, money.
That you. The message are you.
The message because he said, I'm being clear. I did not say that that he did the local census. I mean a survey. I said it was when you say, I said no. The thing ain't make sense. He said, but Mr. Menganko, you call Jana. You call Jana. Yeah. You're so going to say.
One day I was traveling through Africa. I saw Mac Jabate.
Where?
At Accra Airport. And Mac Jabate was dressed. Dr. Peabody. You think you're going to Japan for a conference? I said, Jesus.
Oh, remember the man I said to me about urban development. So he going. He must have, the Japanese government got some partnership with us, do other things into expanding urbanization and all those things, and so they got JICA does some great job in the country, and it's part of Japan's own international cooperation with Liberia. So the Japanese that technical unit, we got the Japanese technical support unit that is also there supporting most of our other programs. During the WEA administration, they built most of those markets. The Douala market was sponsored by the Japan JICA program and other things. I think the Omega market, most of those markets and other things. So the Japanese government have been doing other things.
The other market, but we're talking about let them say that, well, we're gonna take your trash, we're gonna make it, we're gonna transform your trash, we're making it into something I can export. I'll be happy. Our trash, take the trash from all over the country and make use of it.
Well, gentlemen, have a good one. I'll be in touch.
What I begin to say, we say pneumonia. What you say?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Listen to the scan. Okay, you calling me from somewhere. Listen to the. What are you calling me for? He hang up the phone. Some guy called me and said he called it from somewhere. I said I wanted to be live, and he hang up the phone. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I just let him talk.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you see, he called it from somewhere. When I said listen to this scam, he hang up the phone. I want him to be live, so people can know how the people will call you with send wave sign. We're gonna talk about that. They'll call you with send wave sign.
One time
they steal me on the line.
They come and say your sister in the hospital. I said, the sister Vivian. I said no. But then when I said, but then the mistake I made, I told them to do a video call. When did it? I said, I didn't get the sign. I go to the money. I was in the I could go.
Oh, what money?
I'll do stupid, man. What? Scam, man.
You took money, you sent it?
Yeah, I was scared. My friend was going to shoot. I'm not lying.
Yeah, he called me. Jennifer, he called him from somewhere. I want to put him live. Telling that he live on the web radio. He hang us straight. Actually, I said scam. Actually, I just let him talk. Well, gentlemen, let me go and drink at least a hot tea for the night. I mean, I'll see you leaving. Sylvester, we're going to call out. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us, to all our audience. Was our Dennis?
Too many. You order Masani?
Yeah, it's really hard to know.
Finishers Bar.
You sent it?
Yeah. What's that?
My nephew ordered it. I think ordered it. He said it should be there tonight.
I hope, because you all be asking me send your address. I hope you send it to the real address.
Yeah, I sent it to the real address.
Okay, y'all gotta tell me what that is. Anyway, but I will.
We'll tell you, but we'll call it. Send me special package. The man, somebody in the Bible. The man sending me special thing.
I'm too for agenda.
We have to, you don't have to play on my package. You play on that package. Excellency package.
All right. I leave my man alone. All right, man. I'm out. I'll be in touch, guys. I'm out. So if I let you close the show, I'll be out. You might close the show. I'm out.
I got nothing. Reform.
Reform done that.
Yeah, quick. Go. The reform agenda.
Yeah, Pewee. I won't call need the person said, tell Pewee to read this book and he will hold back some of the credit he gave the EGF for the U.S. engagement in Liberia 2023. The author of the book was at the U.S. Embassy at the time. The book name is The Embassy, A Story of War and Diplomacy by Dante Paradinsi.
Is that to do what?
I read a book, The Embassy.
Yeah. I started reading it, but I didn't end it actually.
They say you read a book, then you not get any other credit. No.
But the other person also tell me, and beyond reading that book, the other person go again and talk about. I will send a book. What did I say? The other person read about what nations engage in diplomacy. Then it's the person's own opinion again as to why I'm saying this, why I'm not saying it. If you even understand something, there are a lot of reasons why people in the diplomatic, there's some element of gravitas that we see into those personalities. Ellen got all of those. And if you see, anyway, sometimes everybody will have their own way to look at it.
Ellen convinced Bush to intervene in Liberia. He needs to read a book called The Embassy. It chronicles the Liberia Civil War in 2023. It was John Blandy who was the U.S. ambassador. He said, Pewee read this book and he will hold back some of the credit he gave EGF for the engagement in Liberia 2023. The author of the book was at the embassy at the time. Wow.
That person got a fixated mindset about the whole thing. John, it is the ambassador that brought peace to Liberia. Is the ambassador that brought peace to the Liberia?
No, not him, but
the ambassador was deplored when there's mayhem were being unleashed rather on our people by Lur. They were using the 81-meter mortar to destroy people right to Greystone, right in their noses, if you will. They killed a lot of people. I don't want to say 1,000, but not in that line, but a lot of people right to Greystone there, where now they have the new embassy.
No, but
go read that book. That book that is one-sided, that book that is not giving a balanced diplomatic outlook of it. That book that was written also by an agent that have issue with. Listen, look at Eddie's role. Look at Eddie's relationship with George Bush. Look at the timing. Look at the way things unfolded. Look at Eddie's relationship with Condoleezza Rice. Go back to the pressure. Who put pressure on Bush to take the decision for Taylor to leave?
Historic
the Taylor government themselves accused Ellen that Ellen was behind this. It was clear. The press secretary, before he made a statement against the UFO, he was suspended, but Taylor suspended him. But it all brought him by in the heat of that debate when he said it was cross statement about the United States. Sylvester Pewee passed away.
Yeah, Pewee passed away.
So I don't just come out when I come on the show to many. Listen, I don't know all of these things, but I endeavor to research and do a lot of other readings and talk to people that play major role, both from all of our side, both from here and back to our country. People that listen out, I take time, email them to get the reason, find an email, communicate with them. I communicated, even Linda Thomas Greenfield is one person that I said, why is it your relationship was so good with Madam Salif? Because one of the answers she said to me was, she's a global icon. She's someone that what she does is that she pushed for the mobilization of a lot of good things to come to that country. White people like Linda Thomas Greenfield they saw Ellen as a kind of role model We had a very Barack Obama when he was president. He said that when she also again wrote that powerful letter that she wrote to him that changed the face of Ebola in West Africa. It was because of that letter she wrote. Why? I'm not giving her the unnecessary accolade. No, I'm not. I took some time.
About her.
The few opportunity I had, I sat with her, I talked to her when she was president. The few opportunity when I sat with her, in her office, we had conversation. I asked her some question that I was saying anything, and the what she's saying. I mean, come on, I'm not a blind person. I should be a balanced person.
She who win the United Community? Let's be frank. Who win?
Yeah? Who play that kind of role? Why you? And when Bruce said Ellie should leave, Taylor should leave. What's that? Taylor said, "Oh yeah, Bruce should leave." The next day, what happened?
Taylor said he hoped.
Taylor spoke. He said, "Ellen, look into the something with the." Taylor said, "Ellen, needs a connection here to get him out with the United States." They have to go read boy again to tell me to know if who play a bigger role in the here. Bush pressured Taylor to leave, and Taylor didn't want to leave, but Taylor left because Taylor he told him Taylor left because he saw the boat deploy all around. He's very smart. He been around the boat before he know how they can operate. He saw a ship of 3,000 Marines deployed right behind the embassy there. Oh, you think he's going to stay in the country? No, I'm going to hold in a young baby. They're going to hold in a young baby. They could lock all the activity going on. Maybe all the car that run maybe a car and picking together will lock all the engine. They could lock it and they're moving, holding a young baby, and then send him to the court or bring him back and put him in jail. Or that he would have been in jail ever since.
No, Ellen, I'll tell you this. Ellen was only because of she was first of all because she was first female head of state elected, and they get first, and then she turned Taylor over, and they gave her $50 million for that. She dressed a joint session of the U.S. Congress because of a historic ascendancy to the office that she was elected to. That's all. And then, but to be honest with you, the whole United Committee was who win by Ellen. Ellen who win them. She just getting a different picture of what happened.
So do you agree that ordinary person don't do that?
I mean, I'll give her credit though. She's an icon, but
yeah, ordinary person don't do that.
But she should have done lot. Look, she was the dad of the West, and I'm disappointed that she didn't do much for Liberia. Honestly,
she did.
Man, Pewee, that brought 20 years who stay the same place. Yeah, let's be frank. You gotta be wonder. They put 194. They put
Georgie, let's agree that. Hey man. So you were in the country before you left the country. You left 2000, right?
Yeah.
Before you left 2000, Taylor was still president.
Yeah.
Infrastructure, everything was broken.
Yeah.
The road from Broad Street to Painsbury Arena were all potholes. Terrible. Leave that aside. There was no system in the place. Everything was just ran from probably Bena, Ure, or do they collect this kind of Taylor or keeping this power, the structure of the government, the finance ministry again, it was just around $80 million budget. But most of the other money coming from Ireland, Taylor controlled the system. Most of the money came through, according to the international community, blood diamond money was coming through from several and all of things. So Taylor was getting out of millions of dollars. And he used that to fund his war machinery. When Ellen took over, in 2006, the entire structure was broken in the country. Yeah, there was nothing, everything. Even in terms of human, Ellen had a new connection for them to bring people. They brought a GMAP program. They brought people, expatriates, from across to come and set our system.
You're still on history. You know, everywhere there's a crisis, where country comes out of war, they have.
She knew that. So if the leader after Ellen was going to be Ellen,
anybody would have. If we had won 2005, or this is what we are too. Liberia countries in despair would have come. We have a donor conference for Liberia, the race for Liberia.
No.
Why?
I would say no.
Why?
We would have gotten support, but not equal to the way Ellen put support. Ellen had personal connections.
So I agree. But I mean, at least what I'm trying to tell you, we are getting international support, attention because of where we came from. Yeah, we had democratic election, person won, but I mean,
I started the UN with one other guy, a guy. He told me, he said, "Do you know that your former president was a blessing to your country?" I said, "Why?" He said, you know, the UN should have left Liberia the first 5 years in her government. But her connections, she said she's a very powerful and influential woman. They should celebrate her and allow her to be around. She will help a lot of things move in our country. The issue about any other president, no. When the war first got over, what happened when Taylor was there as president? And instead of going to the Paris Peace Accord, a donor conference on Liberia, what they raised? What happened? Who came to the country?
Because Taylor said, Taylor want to bounce my hands are short. Taylor want to move, but they said put Taylor on sanction.
Yes.
To the man, where we a budget, you have a budget, $1 million budget.
And what Eddie did now, Eddie should use her info. That's why you should be connected. Taylor's a sharp man, smart man, but he didn't have the connections.
He had it, but
he had the warlord connections.
The man had just like the problem. The man was on.
He had a warlord connection. He didn't have the kind of connections that would take you places. He didn't have the global recognized connection like
Ellen had not helped to put the man on sanction. I mean, to keep the man that big. He would have got his support. But they all really in Washington propagating against this man. I mean, it's just a sad thing. But look at our country. For 12 years, where's that brought today?
Yeah, so I mean, with this, that things, we became part of the Committee of Nations. We were respected. Every country started coming back, naming their ambassadors, to her reign. People started coming back. This started happening. Roads started being built. They built all the roads again. World Banking.
Security Council now. So what happened now?
Yeah, World Banking did this, did that, did this, that, other thing. But her role she played.
But the IMF.
Listen, who said the president ever brought a certain United States president in our country?
Who?
Tell me which the president ever brought a certain U.S. president?
Tomalin did it.
What? Huh? Don't never brought a certain U.S. president in our country.
Tomalin brought Jimmy Carter. Yes.
Jimmy Carter went to Liberia. Jimmy Carter, yeah. Jimmy Carter's visit to Liberia was based on a strategic thing because Liberia was departing. And it was part of the reason why Tomalin started having this problem, right?
But also address the John
Congress. And the reason why Tomalin did that. But Ellen Tomalin addressed it. He didn't address the John Congress.
You know what he said? He said, as a pleasure for me, the first African head of the state.
I will have to check that. I'm not saying you lying on that. I will have to check that. Yeah. But I know that you spoke to the United Nations in Brussels. I don't know if he spoke. I believe she's the first Liberian person that ever addressed the John Congress.
Who?
Madam Saif.
No, let me see.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's the first person, and I still be corrected on this one.
Yeah. And then even Doe are giving welcome to the U.S.
Doe was only the need because the need that bro deviating. They brought him to there, warn him, tell him what they want him to do, and they got he deviated, and I got rid of him. Listen, you have to understand the strict instruction. During the Cold War period, at the time, America wanted to maintain her geopolitical powers, in particular in that country. They had the Omega at the time, the CIA play a major and pivotal role back in Liberia. So the instruction to do were very clear. Pull him over here, he's a novice. You are nobody, we're putting you over there. You do our bidding. If you don't do our bidding, there will be some serious consequences. He took it lightly. You know, when the country boys start to enjoy, they get drunk with power, they get stupid and deviate from the line. That was for him. What the hell are you come back and say you will pay this powerful country money? Where you get it from for the people?
Nations today presents a challenge to the conscience and choices of America in her third century.
Yeah, I joined Congress.
What are the priorities?
Yeah.
Which year was that?
And serenity to Southern Africa.
Yeah, 76. He told a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress on September 23rd. Africans will fight to the last drop of blood to win majority rule in Rhodesia.
Make Southern Africa a nuclear-free zone.
And that was a problem.
I would mess with him.
Diffuse the momentum of the guns of liberation.
Hey, the boy.
Should the priorities be concessionary
William
and
Richard Tolbert.
Majority rule and inviolable equal rights?
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Liberia.
Let open it.
I said because I didn't want to know that. I thought it was the UN he addressed.
Members of the Congress, it is my great privilege, and I deem it a high personal honor and pleasure to present to you His Excellency William R. Talbot Jr., President of the Republic of Liberia. President, honorable members of Congress, friends, I consider it a distinct honor and privilege to have been invited to be
the only Liberian president at the time.
head of state,
First African head of state.
in this your third century, to address a joint session of your honorable body.
Hey man, everybody, man, like brother, hey my man. We consider it an honor to be the first Liberian head of state.
I therefore ask that you accept our profound appreciation.
And he was one of those, if not the best. I think it will be Taylor and he was a very powerful intellectual.
Yes, man. The man was Richard, man, Torgbean. He was the first Liberian president and the first African leader.
Yeah.
Do the best of the Congress, man. Man, the boys do. Man, Liberia, we came there. When Ellie went out to address the joint Congress here.
In Washington today, she addressed a joint meeting of Congress attended by Vice President Cheney, members of the diplomatic corps, and the president's cabinet.
EJS.
The people of Liberia and the people of the United States.
Our speaker today is a Harvard Kennedy School alumna who was inaugurated in 2006 as the 24th president of Liberia and is the first African female elected head of state.
Wow.
Her path to the presidency was met with resistance in many different, oftentimes terrifying forms. Between serving as the nation's finance minister in the late 1970s and being elected president, she narrowly escaped execution, was forced to flee into exile, treason, twice, and averted plots of assassination. Yet, she never relinquished her pursuit of social justice and political reform for her country. Known as Ma Ellen, she is the focus of hope for her country and has pledged to bring the public sensitivity and emotion to the presidency needed to heal a country wrecked by so many years of violence and warfare. She also brings a toughness from being a professional in a male-dominated world. When asked by an American television anchor if being a woman would make her a soft leader, she responded, "Try me. You'll be shocked."
No, that's what I Is it a child? They saw her with your baby. Is it a child?
Face the undaunted tasks of revitalizing Liberia's collapsed economy, reducing its national debt.
And the applause she got, no person not going to applaud because she came on after.
Because it's significance of her election. Historic election as the first African Democratic elected female. It was a big deal.
And an enemy of corruption. In 2010, Newsweek listed her as one of the 10 best leaders in the world.
Wow.
It is my privilege to introduce her.
10 best leader. It was not although, but independent magazine here. She was among the 100 first night of the year women in the world.
Man, the historic. I want the historic is come on.
Look at the time of the applause. The applause. That's the way kind of like standing ovation. I would call it.
John, no, you are about to make it. No, don't do it. If you're a president, forget it. You're not spend.
Come on, pour the water against me. Thank you so much. That's it. We'll play something on.
President Drew Gilpin Post, President and members of the
and the woman English very clean. Hey, I'm going to say I'm going to read book. Oh, that ball read. Well, I'll tell you that. Try to pour out of the together before we read it too.
Fellow honorands, fellow alumni, members of the graduating class of 2011.
What are writing class?
Oh, okay, this is now another that is in there. You're not going. Okay, this I thought you get a. Okay, let's be sorry. That I thought you get a so the guest speaker to have a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm
honored not only to be the 360th commencement speaker at my alma mater, but to do so in the year Harvard University, as the oldest institution of learning in America, celebrates 375 years of preparing minds for service and leadership. Thank you for the invitation, and congratulations to you, Dr. Post, the first female president of Harvard University.
Then when you're going to lead up, representing your country, you part of the team, this is your speech, you can be very proud, right? Exhibiting real intellectualism. You feel
the United Nations Secretary General, leaders in business, government, and the church.
And the old man said, oh, 85, 86, she said vibrant. She looked a little frail, but she said very vibrant.
On whose talents our society become functional. The leaders who remain learners, and the learners who become leaders. In classic disciplines and religious dimension, in modern technologies and social processes. An event 4 decades ago put me on the path.
She had few of them, but nobody should play a major role in most of her.
I participated as a junior official of Liberia's then Department of Treasury in a national development conference sponsored by our National Planning Council and a team of Harvard advisors working with Liberia. My remarks, which challenged the status quo, landed me in my first political trouble. The head of the Harvard team, recognizing in a closed society the potential danger I faced, facilitated the process that enabled me to become a Mason Fellow at the Kennedy School of Government. The Edward S. Mason program provided me with the opportunity to study a diversified curriculum for a master's degree in public administration. Perhaps more importantly, in terms of preparation for leadership, the program enabled us to learn and interact with other fellows and classmates who represented current and potential leaders from all continents. I readily engaged with that opening, thrilled to be among the world's best minds, yet overwhelmed by the reality of being a part of the world's most prestigious institution of learning. As a result, I did things that I should have done, like studying hard, going to the stats to do the research for my papers and better knowledge of the history of my country. I'm glad there's so many people in here that, like me, know what the stats were. Those were those isolated things that contain books, which people used to read and others used to write before Google Scholar was created. I also did things I should not have done, like exposing myself to frostbite when I joined students much younger than me to travel by bus to Washington, D.C. to demonstrate against U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. It is difficult to imagine arriving at all that I have achieved today without the starting opportunity to study at Harvard. It is therefore for me a profound honor to be counted as an alumni. I speak with utter gratitude and humility when I salute my fellow graduates who share the rich Harvard heritage of academic excellence and truthful pursuits. In preparation for this address, I was pleasantly surprised to learn how far back Liberia's connection to Harvard goes. The establishment in 1862 of Liberia College, now the University of Liberia, the second oldest institution of higher learning in West Africa, was led and funded by the trustees of Donation for Education in Liberia.
And like I say, Xavier.
Is now with excerpts from Liberian President Ellen Johnson's Sirleaf speech in Washington today. She addressed a joint meeting of Congress attended by Vice President Cheney, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and the President.
By values, the share even above the lead.
To the president.
In la bro, enter in the hall. I'm a chief. Yeah. I'll take one shot. Yes. Man. Man, you teach me the battle, man. Teach me the battle.
Yeah, no, I need to see. I put it in on there.
Oh. This is Venezuela. Hey, man. So they had a woman. Hey, man. Hey, Venezuela, who was brought to court in this manner. Yeah, man, the one had a woman. The one out. So the woman.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Man, I blood yeah. Oh.
Yeah, there was some force. Man, they still drag it out of their home.
Hey, man.
So you expect that, yeah.
No, it's sad, man. Oh, man. Yeah, somebody's mother there. Somebody's daughter. Somebody's sister.
Somebody's mom. Somebody's wife.
Yeah, you know, man, they got blood bruise on her eye, they with the thing at it. Ah, man. I mean, it's for my day, man.
Yeah, but she was saying, I know on the time we kind of she couldn't be terrified. Husband, yeah, leave the thing and go. Yeah, man.
I
think I didn't tend to see people coming around here like, he couldn't go. They have not happened that way before. He should have left. He should have left to go to Cuba.
I feel what a woman, man. Come on. All right.
Yeah, man. You did that, man.
Okay, I'm asking you.
What's your package?
The blue barrel.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Patient, you want some? You want a shot? I don't make it on that shot. I will taste that blue barrel.
Yeah, it's nothing on there.
Catch my hair with it. I'm taking medicine. Even medicine taking now.
Wow. Hello.
It will clear all the rust, all the joints, all the pain.
Tell you tomorrow, man.
Tomorrow.
but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.